Sure.
Yeah, we need to ramp up solar sail production, especially if we want to get that other Dyson Sphere up and running. Because, yeah, that's one thing that we are really low on. We're getting, the occasional delivery, but this could be going a lot faster. Like, a lot faster.
If I remember right from last week, one of the things that was really slowing us down was graphite. And I'm on a planet that I'm creating graphite setup. And I can copy and paste that a few times as needed.
Now, if I remember right, Planet 3 was the place that we're actually making. Am I right on that? Alfkirk 3 is where we're making the solar sail.
Could be. I think it is on the in the same system, so
All right. That is an okay. Processors. Wow, processors backed way up. Here's the small carrier rocket. Looks like every single chest is full of those. Although, yeah, it's each box only holds 4,800 because they only stack to 80. Crazy. Could have sworn we built. I'm not seeing any craft. There's a huge processor set up on this planet. I'm not seeing any. God, my voice today is just it's rough.
holdover from being sick, you think?
Yeah.
Or just oof.
Oh yeah. The crud is still not. Haven't kicked it. Where in the world? So it's a good. This is a good source of processors, but where is?
Look at the production menu to find it. You're looking for solar sails. Right?
Yeah.
Okay. Shoot, I had set some stuff to favorites and I'm not seeing them in my list anymore. Must have vanished when I joined in.
Oh, it's still got some spiciness on it. This planet.
Still got some baddies?
Yeah.
Huh. Beta Tauri system is where they're being made. Beta Tauri 1.
Oh, shit.
Okay, yeah, I bet you it's the graphene that's slowing the solar sails down. I kind of remember that from last week. Not well, though. That was a whole week ago. That's like 50 years in Oz time.
Okay. Cleaned out the riffraff out of there.
Excellent.
Yeah, there's a few on this stupid planet. How did I not clean these planets out? Get him, drones. That's cleaned out. Okay, any other planets that wanna... Okay, how about number 1? Do you... Oh, wow. Okay, yep. Number 1 is in need of cleansing.
You're gonna give them a nice long bath.
Hmm. Want to give them a bath, some plasma.
Well, they are robots, so who knows? Maybe they'd like it.
Ooh, there are 18 on this planet.
Wow. That's a lot. Kind of remembering more from last week now. I think the reason I was doing this graphite setup was then I was going to afterwards create a graphene setup using sulfuric acid as opposed to the fire ice, because the hydrogen is overwhelming the system.
Oh, I love these plasma canister. What are these called? Antimatter capsule. Yeah.
Yeah.
These just completely wreck everything.
Especially their day.
Go get him. These are all level 30s too. Max level.
Not worth farming until we get to a black hole, though.
Yeah, technically, since it's so, you know, all these other planets, like all these planets in this system would be great factory planets because they're all like flat and empty. And the black hole system, there's, you know, you don't build a Dyson Sphere around a black hole, dude. It's just kind of, I mean, you can certainly, but it's kind of pointless.
Yeah, you would not get much out of it. It was like 0.2% or something like that of what a normal star would be.
Yeah, I mean, it's a tiny fraction. All right, this planet is clean. It's clean.
Excellent.
That was a lot of dudes on this planet. Wow. This one's another sulfuric acid planet. We could, if we needed more, we could. That. All right. Now, pretty sure number 2 is my launching planet. Number 3 doesn't really have anything on it. Yeah, 4 and 5 are. Again, I just cleaned them. Okay. We're so close. Oh, all the oh, just a trickle of solar sails coming out of here.
Oof. Was I right? It's the graphene, or have you not?
Well, I haven't. You said it was all in Beta Tauri,
Yeah.
right? So yeah, that's my next stop.
Okay.
Beta Tauri. Ooh, it's got a hive around it that I can flush. Okay. And away we go.
why is some of that missing proliferation?
Okay, so stalagmites is not it. Beta Towery 1 looks like it must be it.
Yeah, I didn't realize that there was actually even 2 planets on there. Because stalagmites is renamed, so I didn't see Beta Tauri on it. I should have known, but I just woke up.
Yep, no graphene at all.
Alrighty.
Um, yeah, there's just nothing coming in over here. Okay. So, is there yeah, there's just no good um, no good coal planets.
Yeah. Alright, so my graphite setup is done. So now I'll just continue and make a graphene setup on here. Somehow my camera got spun around again.
Woo! Point defenses are really tough.
Yeah.
Alpha Hive is very, very mature. But let's see how they do against a fleet of 12 squads of these things.
Oh, what the hell? Oh.
Get him. There. Now. What can I do to help whatever you're working on?
Honestly, I think just I just got to get the graphene setup done.
Okay, do you need
I don't
anything?
know if you.
Here's a system with 74 million coal. That might be handy.
Yeah. Well, I've already got the graphite one done, so
Okay.
that I can just copy and paste. We should have enough sulfuric acid. I guess you could check on that to make sure.
Well, how much? Like, I've got at least a full, like, stacked belt of it. Like,
Okay.
there's sulfuric acid in that system that we can grab as well.
Yeah.
Means I could probably land on yeah, the ocean type that the planet you're on is sulfuric acid. So you got infinite sulfuric acid.
Ah, I forgot about that. I think that's exactly what I was building here. Just couldn't remember.
My God, look at all the seeds out there. All right. Thinking going first, I can take the fleets away. Them floating around. I'm going to go to the home star. Now, let's check our amounts of stuff. I need some more power poles of all things.
Not too big a shock, actually.
Okay. Now,
Fallen R asked, how was your week?
week went by kind of fast. To be fair, yeah, kind of fast. How about your week? Your week go by faster?
For me, it did. Yeah, it seemed to. But I'm guessing you're also asking Colin there. He said, yeah.
Hmm.
Yep, using the same multiplayer mod. Been a while since I've heard from Mr. Deathus. Hello.
Yep, the Nebula. It's the Nebula multiplayer mod. Okay.
It's annoying when I mute so I can cough. I do so, and then Discord pops up and says, "Oh hey, by the way, you're muted," because it picks up that I made sound. It's like, yeah, I know. I didn't want to cough in Buggy's face. This time, anyway.
Oh. Frame material and plain filter. Plain filter and frame material. Okay. Frame material. We have the very beginnings of a trickle of the Mark II smelters.
All right.
Let me go over to these boxes here and see what I need for the other. I need 900 of those things. So get that going. Okay. And then I need 1,500 more of these things. For this super fuel, all this fuel is just crazy. 144 gigajoules of energy. And
Jeez.
a plus 1,100% fuel chamber gen. Like, it is crazy. I mean, it's 8 antimatter fuel rods. It's not a cheap fuel, but holy Moses. You don't need very much of it.
Yeah.
And just for completionist sake, let's research that and that. There's the Mark III thing there. Yeah, high density controlled annihilation. Yeah, strange annihilation fuel rod. This is where those yellow thingies come into play for the farm, the Dark Fog farm. Those yellow fuel rods. I think it's the only craft that uses those.
Ah.
But the only way to get them is really high level Dark Fog farming. So, okay. Delete that, delete that, delete that. Clear the litter. All right. And of course, I don't have those damn things set up.
Of course not. Why would you do something crazy like that?
Yeah, I researched those and I was like, oh, yeah. Okay, and then I need reds and blues. There's reds, blues. And then the next one is yellows on top of that.
Okay, soon we'll start getting those trickled in the graphene. Oof, if these texts would stop popping up in my
Sorry.
face. No, it's quite all right. I mean, you're on a tech spree. I should be expecting them to pop up.
More mecha core energy.
All right.
I usually don't max out the speed because I've already artificially boosted the speed, and I think they added a lot more like speed researches than they used to. So yeah, you do plus 11 more drones. That's an infinite effing research. Plus 11 drones. I mean, we can do it. More drones. Let's queue that. Do that one. Plus 5 AU, sure. Energy shield. And oh, all queues are full. Darn it. Okay, I can put those away. Now, where was I making? Okay, here's the... Okay. This is where we've got the antimatter coming in. So the antimatter fuel rods, if I want to make the top tier of fuel, that is going to be hydrogen. Hey, look at that, a sink for hydrogen. Hydrogen, antimatter, the little ball things, the whatever those are called, and ooh, the little ball things. Where I know I'm making those. I think I'm making those somewhere. Pray tell, where am I? What are those? Particle containers and processors. Where? I do not know. I don't think... Yeah, they're definitely not on the bus. There they are. Right there. So they are going into a system. And for reasons unknown, I have them going into there, but... I could easily bring them over here. Okay, so... The antimatter fuel rods... so it's 4 inputs, and oof, this is gonna be rough. It's gonna be a rough craft. That 2. Well, let's do 1, 2, 3, 4. Do this and this. Let's see.
Dang it, I thought I left enough space for this, but apparently I didn't. these chem plants, they take so much space.
Yeah. So if I turn off orbital collector, I could bring in hydrogen here, and really help to empty out any and all hydrogen in the system.
Yeah.
Let's see. So let's do a crafter. Make sure that we're all spray tanned up. Output. Okay. So we have input, 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 output. And the recipe is the antimatter fuel rod. Okay. Now, those things were local demand. And then the... Well, I guess I could probably demand the titanium alloy. Where is it? YouTube blind. You'd think it'd be up here with all the metals, but no. How about down here with all the alloys? Nope, not there either. There it is. Remote demand. Grab that. Okay. And then the actual upgrade to this is going to take some stuff off the bus. So that's fine. But first, I would like some blue spray tanning goo. Okay.
Oh, I must have dropped my foundation off somewhere or something. 'Cause I don't have much. I have 800 on me.
Do you have any in your logistics container or whatever those are called? Logistics inventory?
Nope. Whoa. Whoa. Oh no.
Okay.
The inventory is too big. It wigs out the screen. Have you opened your inventory? Does it?
No, mine just fits in the window.
Okay.
So
Weird.
I don't know what
We should
resolution.
have the same resolution. I think so. Oh, there was some more comments from Mr. Deathus. Sorry, we missed that.
Ooh, you upgraded from 1060 to a 46. Woo! Wow, that's an upgrade.
Yeah.
That's an impressive upgrade. Okay, so this is turned off on orbital collector, so I can do remote demand on the hydrogen, and I can even do local demand and really max it out. So we're going to do here hydrogen. Make sure that is all lovely spray tanned. And then over here, this here is going to be the okay, now I have this, which is those things. Now, the last step is the whatever these are called. Annihilation Constraint Sphere. Yeah, that's what that is. Okay, so let's expand the bus a little bit here. All right. So the other ingredients, this is going to come in, down, and then, well, let's do that. And then we don't need as many of these because, you know, it's 8 to 1. And these are all going to be spray tanned, so I don't even know. Okay, so it does not improve, okay, productivity. That's unfortunate. But it is going to be faster. These, I think, are all going to be productivity. Yeah, I think these are going to be good to go. And then we're going to have not many for these. These are also going to be 4 in. 1, 2, 3, 4 here. And then 1 out. And let's grab a thingy. This is going to be this. And just for funsies. And yes, you definitely want to spray tan the output. Okay, so this is going to be input, 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 yeah, input, and then input, and then output. And then we only need like maybe 4 of these. I doubt we're going to need that many, but we'll start with this many. Okay. That loops around there, so these can be tied off. So, yeah, 8 to 1. I mean, it's a 32-second craft, so it is what it is, but now these are going to need strange matter and frame material, as well as let's do a storage here with a fidget spinner. Actually, let's set this this thing here. Then put the fidget spinner on it. Like so. Okay, so that should grab as soon as we have those available. And then strange matter. I believe that's on the bus, maybe. Oh, maybe not. Strange matter is down here, so it's definitely not on the bus, but it is requestable. So I will request some. Not 2,000, not 20,000. Let's do local demand for that. Okay. Now, frame material, which is right here. Okay. And then we want this to be the top end fuel, no limit, just as much as possible. Who cares? We're gonna have a little bit of a thing here with just a single stack and a grabby hand here. And of course, there's no power in that specific spot. Okay. I think I can enable the buckyball things. I mean, are we getting... I don't think we're getting a bonus. I'm not seeing a bonus output. Okay, so... extra products. Okay. Why am I not getting a boost? Oh, these are all productions. Oh, what? Oh. Okay, well that UI is all jiggery pokery. Production, okay, well I guess we, oh, that's unfortunate.
Can't boost those?
Yeah, can't boost them.
Darn.
Okay, now let's go over to here. And we are going to put a fidget spinner on that.
Oh, graphene just backed up on the system I'm working on. That is a good sign. Or like a bad sign, I guess. So yes, essentially I said all I know is I know nothing.
You know nothing, Jon Snow. All right. The proliferated strange annihilation. Oh my god. So this is 144 gigajoules, and then the fuel chamber gen is now plus 5,900%. So better, in other words.
Better.
Let me grab those. Good, good, good. Yeah, this has the potential to radically drain a lot of antimatter. So, I mean, it's a good sink for antimatter, and it's a good sink for hydrogen. Now we are pulling hydrogen in here, but this one has an orbital collector on it. So we could pull hydrogen from here and then supplement the hydrogen here, just in case. It looks like we could, crazily enough, do 4 more. And now we're out of the yellow thingies. Jesus, what are these stacked to? Please tell me it's 120. Nope. The hell do these things stack to? Good lord. Wow. They're still going. Good lord. Okay, that's enough. 170? Good god. Let me grab half of those. Okay, so the next blueprint I'm going to put down when we go farm, because we need to farm, we need to start farming a thingy. Dark Fog Polar Farm here. 20 missile turrets, 110 laser turrets. I think I have those. Yes, I have those. Missile turrets. I have those. I could probably restock on some missile turrets, though. Let me, where the hell did I automate those? Okay. There they are. Okay. Now I would like to, let's go Z, switch to space. I want to remove this attack relay station. When you do farming, right, you do not want to blow up all the relay stations because kind of negates the whole point. Okay, grab some of those now. This is gonna be a long journey. To the farthest reaches here, the black hole. We go here. Look at all the hives around this. It is a crazy amount of activity. And as you probably can guess, the planet itself is just... it's littered. Look at that planet. It is littered with glorious things and stuff. We're going to be causing a ruckus when we land, but you know, it is what it is. It's just, you know, a ruckus is what we're going to be causing. All right. So, 47 light years. This is going to be quite the journey. 47. Like, just that, the sheer amount of distance that would be. 47 light years.
Yeah.
It's a crazy amount of distance, but it's a drop in the bucket compared to the universe. Like, 47 light years? Like, that's nothing.
Yeah. It's insane.
Yeah, the universe is... I just watched a special on the... I rewatched it. I think I've seen it like 2 or 3 times now, but it's on the James Webb Telescope, and the insanity that was the James Webb putting that into orbit, and the fact that it worked. It had 344 mission critical failure points. Single point failures is what they call them, where like your average Mars landing has like 80 single point failures, and the James Webb had 344, where if any one of them went wrong, the entire mission would have been scrapped. So the fact that it had so many ways of failing and it's still flawlessly, like, that is ingenuity. I mean, up to about 10,000 people worked on that. Could you imagine, like, so I'm reading one of the books I'm reading right now is one of the books that my brother got me, and it is a story on, like, the premise of the book takes place about 200 years after, like, most everybody, you know, dies, right? After humanity is basically toast. No. Okay, I need to go. Need to go up here. Alright, I gotta clear some of these guys out here. They are not happy with me. I'm not taking out the relays. I have to take out the ground-based stuff because I have to be able to put my blueprint down. The relays itself, I'm leaving well enough alone. Stop shooting at me.
I think my construction drones are on strike for how much stuff I just placed down.
Drones are like, no. Okay, yeah, this one's gonna have to go, unfortunately, and I think this one's gonna have to go. But let me put down some some of this. Yeah, maybe that one's gonna have to go. That would be a perfect spot right there to farm.
There we go. Now, I will be surprised if we build enough to use up all of this graphene that I just placed down.
Okay.
It would be possible to use it all. Alright, let's look at the production stats and see if our solar sail production is... Okay, I see a valley there. From about 4 or 5 minutes ago.
God damn drones.
Oh, but our production is higher than our consumption. So I think we'll be okay now.
Okay.
Unless we radically increase usage of them again.
I think this was missiles, and this was missiles. Okay, so Z, put this in here. Dark fog drop. Not that, not that. This tells me what we're trying to get from here. Not grading crystal. Those two are fine. Those two are fine. Those two are fine. So this one is not grading crystal. The unipolar magnet is good. But did we not? Yeah, there it is. So I have the ability to do one more dark fog thingy. Okay, and then this has already got that set up, ready to go. I, however, yeah, see, this is yeah, this is already set up, ready to go. So let me put in, well, no, I don't want to put those in. Well, yeah. Where is... There they are. This sort of covers the rebuilding of things as they break, because you will lose buildings very, very slowly. It's just a slow sort of erosion of all of your buildings. And so, yeah. I could probably set up something to deliver them. I want remote demand. And unfortunately, min load of vessels. Okay, the missiles have been delivered. What is the... I mean, I could do antimatter fuel, but I think we're going to leave 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, these are definitely needed. All right, so this system here, we want to not do 4 stacked things. We don't want to do that. That would be a waste. Huge, huge waste. So let me take these and put these in here. And I don't see a reason why these have to cycle around and around, because that's just... it's kind of a waste of processing cycles doing that. All right, now I think... we can drop the minimum load of vessels here to like 20%. Because these are the ones that are going to be delivering the components here. And I'd rather have them do so quickly. And so, yeah, all these ones out front here, these are all... these are all sort of cannon fodder, and then these will replace them as they break. So let me grab one of these and drop her in here. Let the... and we're already harvesting.
116 gigawatts. The Dyson Sphere is complete on Alfred.
Okay, we want to make sure we... what I do is I sort of reverse... let me...
I'm not in the system.
Oh.
I can travel.
Well, I'll probably hit it on the way back, because this is now running.
Alright. Then I shall head to the home system and resupply. Oh, you were talking about the size of the universe and all that. Oh, did you ever finish? You were talking about a book.
Oh, yeah, the book is called A Boy and His Dog at the End of the World, and it's like takes place about 200 years after sort of the end of humanity, sort of the apocalypse, and yeah, a very, very interesting look at you know, most apocalyptic sort of stories are like right at the apocalypse, right? Like what, like World War Z, stuff like that. Actually, I'm going to Alfkirk, right? So yeah, it's like very, very interesting how everything is just overgrown. You know, the main character just sort of takes place on the island of England. You know, the UK, Britain, that island. So it's like very interesting in terms of how everything is just like overgrown, and the main character doesn't really know the name of this, like the settlements he's walking through, like, because it's, you know, a couple hundred years, so a lot of knowledge is lost, and you know, it's just really, really interesting. But it gives you an idea of like, one of the things it reminds me of, and this is how it ties into the James Webb, is all of the technology that we have today, all of the intricate systems that we've built around everything, how many people that it takes to keep that up and running. It's very, very interesting. Like power plants, maintenance, you know, like any given storm, just like what hit Texas this last week, like a storm could come and completely knock out power, and all of the people and all of the materials and all of that stuff that goes into maintaining the system, how fragile that is. Because this book is just like, goes on and on about just how few people there are, and there's nobody around to keep things up and running. There's nobody around to do that. So yeah, it's very, very interesting. Stop shooting! Oh, come on! Land! Jesus. Let's go over here and clear.
Oh, but the thing I was going to mention is that it's... If you really want to make yourself depressed, think of how small and insignificant you are in the universe. And I'm sure everybody needs a good reason to be depressed. So I guess you're welcome, everybody. But yeah, you know, on this planet we're like ants. In the universe, our planet is
just a speck of dust, is what it is.
Yeah, a speck of dust. Not even ant status. Maybe uncle status, but not ant. Oh, that's a good way of saying it. That our planet is an ant to the galaxy, and our galaxy is an ant to the universe. And who knows what's beyond that? Because I imagine, you know, the universe we can perceive is probably another ant comparison to reality itself. It's weird. Oh, of course, unipolar magnets. I was wondering why the higher level smelters were stuffed up, but yeah. We don't have unipolar magnets set up yet, do we?
No. Well, we have a little trickle of them coming in, but they're not being delivered yet. I need to set that up. Okay. Well, all of those solar sails are fine. All right, the Dyson Sphere in this system has been done. And yeah, I've got a bunch of Dyson thingies and whatever. I could clear them out. They don't really hurt anything. Simulation wise, I mean, there's a lot of them, but I need to go back home and home star, home system. And unfortunately, because we're farming that hive, we're just going to be constantly getting the threat beeping sound. I wish you could turn that off, but the whole point is to farm those. So it would be weird if they weren't attacking, but we need to get their level up. Right now their level is really, really low. All right, now coming over here. I'm all discombobulated down here. Okay. Now we put Interstellar. Put this in there. And then we want these, these, and then we put another one of these over here. Oh, Jesus. The pains. Okay, and then we want one of these. And unipolar magnets. Okay, min load address vessels. Alright, now we want this to be remote demand. Remote demand. Remote demand. Remote demand and demand. Oh, we don't have any yellows yet because yellows require yeah, yellows require level 24 plus, and none of these are at level 24 yet. Well, that looks like one of them. One of them is at 25. But they will go up fast. They will go up very, very fast. I think they were level like 15 when I landed, so they're already climbing pretty fast. Okay. Now I need to distribute these. These are going to be the shards. These are going to be the thingies. These are going to be these. Okay, and these. Okay, and then the little star guys. Okay, and then these. This is going to be unipolar magnet. Wherever those might be. There it is. Alright. So these are going to be the yellow stars. And these are going to be the unipolar magnets. Okay. And then okay. And then I can do... Don't tell me you're gonna... God damn it. No, you don't automatically set your filter. Stupid things. Set your filter to what's in the box. I should stack these boxes like really tall. But for now I'm gonna just leave it as is. There's the first load coming in. So now we can actually set up like crafts for these.
Actually have a few of these on hand, so it's a good place to dump them off.
Yeah, you definitely can dump them off here. Yeah, it's pretty crazy the amount that we're pulling in. The shards. The shards are by far like, because they're the lower level thing, so we get a lot of those, and we can turn off. You know, as we fill up and we don't need them, we can turn them off from dropping pretty easily. I was mainly going for these core elements here, which looks like we have some coming in. Look at that. We have some inbound with some unipolar magnets even.
Nice.
All right. And then what we can do is go to the neutron star, because there's always a neutron star. We can go to the neutron star and actually mine unipolar magnets. We already have them being delivered here, so that is not a problem. You know, using the fidget spinners to actually deliver them is kind of is very slow, but meh, it is what it is. We've got 46 of those smelters, and then the other smelter, the top tier smelter, is... Where is it? There it is. Yeah, it uses some of that stuff. We are gonna need a setup. Looks like it's quantum chips is basically what we're gonna be bringing in. Because the top tier smelter uses those two things with quantum chips. The top tier assembler uses more shards and things with quantum chips. And is that all we needed? I mean, I don't really anticipate building a lot of the top end labs just because, I mean, yeah, we could pretty easily do that, but they're so fast that yeah, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what happens. But for now, the unipolar magnet. Hey, look at that! Unipolar magnets came in. Nice little load of those. And look at all of the planetary bases. Now they're level 20 plus. Yeah, they go up fast. That reminds me, we need a man. Yeah, we need a interstellar logistics with a supply of laser turrets, Tesla towers, and Babs. But a tiny supply of those, right? Not a lot. And then the load of drones to have that way down, so it only delivers like 100 at a time. So
should I do fidget spinner?
Yeah, basically like deliver to a central area with fidget spinners, because yeah, that's going to deliver those. I've already set up the other side of that equation, and we just need a supply of them going forward. So I think pretty much everything is down here a ways in terms of
lasers are right here.
Yeah, laser turrets are there. Babs, I think, are back here somewhere. Babs and obviously the power is there.
Here's the Babs.
Okay, yeah, down here. You could, I mean, load them into the, I mean, since we're close, just basically like poke them into somewhere here.
Okay, this one's an interstellar, so I could load the Babs straight into here.
Yeah, and what you do is you just take it and you go like one notch, like 100, and that's it. And then the min load of drones, or no, min load of vessels, you cut that down to like 1% or something. 10%, like what is the vessels now? 3,100. So 10% is 310, which is a lot. So 1%, it's really a big waste, but it is what it is.
I'm even going to downgrade the sorter, so we're using the single stackers.
Yeah, it should only put 100 in there, and then that will, I don't know, 1% of 3,100 is like, what, 31? So it may not trigger right away. I'd have to look at the other end. Okay.
I'll set up another one right here. Since we're loading the Babs in here, it makes sense.
Well, I was thinking the other one could be the power poles here.
Oh, okay.
Because they're right here. And then you could probably poke the laser turrets in one of these other. Yeah, this one way in the end, you could put laser turrets in that one. Just, you know, having them distributed is fine. Not the end of the world. Okay. So, where's the neutron star? Let's see. Gathering, I've got those. Let me restock my thingies. Interstellar logistics. Okay. Neutron star, where are you? White dwarf. No, white dwarf doesn't have any. Okay. Ooh, there it is. Neutron star. Unipolar magnet. There it is. And it's right next to the last O-type star. Okay. So, the neutron star is not going to be farmed. So it is game on in terms of destruction. Look at the 184 million titanium. Jesus. Okay, let me head out. Well, let's see. How are we doing on the fuel rods? Alright, we are loading a few here and there. Min load of vessels. Okay. Just because we're just in need of those. All right. Let's head to that neutron star. And we're going to be doing some serious hive cleansing while we're there. Cleanse the entire system. Because, yeah. And then we can go, since it's on the way to the other typo star, we can then just skip over to that system and prep for another Dyson Sphere.
Alright, I got lasers, babs, the power poles. What else did we want delivered?
Those are the only three for the farm. Those are the only three consumables for the farm. Oh, there's so many hives. Ah! Damn it. Wow, look at that. That is crazy. Very accurate. I mean, this is definitely looking like a magnetar. Not just a neutron star, it's a magnetar.
Ooh, nice.
Okay, let's land. We are going to enable the destruction of all of the relays, and that'll really piss off some things. Fleet is disabled. Let's turn it on. All right, let's. There's the North Pole. Come on, pick up all the things. All right. All right. Okay, now let's do planet scale, polar hub. Six star, yeah. And this. Bring that in. That's all the power we will ever need. Over here. And yeah, you could do plasma turret ring, but like no. Plasma turrets not so good. Polar missile ring is gonna be where it's at. Okay. And then this remote demand is going to be the missiles. And let's just make sure as soon as we start.
Is there anything I should be working on?
Is there anything you want to be working on?
I don't know. I mean,
if you want to go to the other O, see, the other O planet, or the other O star is near me, Epsilon Reticuli. If you want to have some fun clearing out hives and such, that is going to be the next task, is clearing out all of those.
alrighty. Start on it. There it is.
And then, oh, damn it. Unipolar magnet, local demand. Okay, And then do we have we don't even have. Okay, I'm gonna bump this up here. Oh, look at all the hives in this system. Jesus. Wow, there's a baby hive. All right, that is the missiles. We don't need those to be stacked. Just for reasons. Okay. Let's grab some of these and them in there. Why did you not? Oh.
Well,
Okay.
since we're setting up a Dyson Sphere on this system, I probably better wipe out the hives. It's probably a good starting point as well.
It's usually the better idea to clear the planets first. Because the planets can send things into space to rebuild the hives, to start them over again. So then you just got to go back into space and kill all the space hives again.
Yeah. Plus, it's handy to have the blueprints set out on each planet, so they have all the things and the stuff. Oof. This one is loaded with relays.
Yeah, the further you get away from home, the crazier the hives are. There's a lot of them out here. This neutron star system is absolutely crazy thick with them.
Oh wow, over 20 bases. I just got an achievement for landing on a planet with over 20 of them.
Oh, nice. Holy Moses. Some of these are crazy. All these antimatter. If you don't have antimatter shots on you, you really should have grabbed some, because
Yeah, I don't think I grabbed it.
they're devastating. Absolutely devastating.
Yeah? I assume they're the top tier?
Yeah.
Okay, there's the pole. And I'm assuming these, the planetary, like where you can set up the geothermals, I should just be covering those because they're useless to us now.
I mean, for the most part, yeah. Like, it's really tedious
Or
to
at the least.
micromanage those, because the blueprint that covers the planet, with the
With
the solar,
defenses and
yeah,
power.
the solar and the relay stations. My brain had to like reset itself there.
Yeah.
That blueprint, I mean, does plenty. Go get him. Go get him, drones. Go get him.
That feels bad. I overwrote some iron with foundation because it's right near the pole. It feels so wrong.
It does, doesn't it?
The never waste portion of me just dies a little inside. Oh, I just realized that's one of those keywords that should be avoided.
All right. How many? Holy crap! There's so many. There's so many on this planet. Oh, that was my base that I tried to attack. I saw buildings and I tried to attack, and it was like, oh, that's my base.
What is the first one you want to set up on the North Pole? Is it planet scale?
Their polar hub. Well, if you're looking for the exact name, planet scale is the directory.
Okay.
And
then,
but I don't know if you have my version, because I have one that's Polar Logistics Buggy. That is it's their number. It's his number one, Polar Hub Dark Fog, and then I edited the ILSs to remove all of their requests, or most of their requests, from the ILS, and then I redid the blueprint because I don't deliver stuff to every single planet like that. So
yeah,
I have one that it's an exact copy of the one Nihas did. No, his number one, just without all of the crazy buildings and stuff that he requests.
Okay. Well, I don't have that one, so I guess I'll have to rely on Gilas's.
Yeah, you just do number one and place that one down, let it build, and then you can customize it and replace it. That's what I did, and make my own version. And that's the one I've been using because it's just way easier. God, there's so many! Okay, I've got... it's amazing how many there were on this planet. But that's to be expected with the number of hives in orbit. Now you see why I did the research for the drones, because otherwise this would have been like literally like a 2-hour ordeal clearing this planet off. Even like super high level drones is
This is kind of the first time I've been setting up one of these planetary hubs. So the second one goes just offset a little, I take it. So you've got the number one you place down.
Yeah,
then...
I don't. Okay, I don't do number 2.
Okay.
Okay, it's a waste. I go, well, now we're going to be able to do number 3B, 6 stars. 3B. Because yeah, we have the better fuel now. So the 6-star is that. So it's 3B, but then you gotta place it where the fuel is going to come out. So you got to find from your number 1 of those is outputting fuel. Now it's the wrong kind of fuel, so you got to change it to the right kind of fuel, but you know where the fuel is going to come out, so that's where you put your 6-star hub, because it has a obvious belt that you link up. And then after that is number 4, which is the missile ring, and that again comes out of a separate, that's a different ILS that the missiles come out that you got to line up your output. It sounds super complex, but it really isn't.
Once you get used to it, I'm sure.
It's really not complex at all.
Okay. Deuterium fuel, that's the one I replace, I assume?
Yeah, we don't need deuterium fuel. It's the yellow super fuel that we're going to.
This doesn't want to seem to line up. Ah, there we go.
Yeah, you can hit tab and tab will change the part of the cursor that it'll either change left, right, or center of the blueprint. So that can help orient the blueprint right.
Yeah.
All right, is that the last of the damn things? Because Jesus, that was a lot. That was a lot of dudes. Okay, I think that was the last of them.
Just to make sure, it's Strange Annihilation Fuel Rod?
Yeah, it's the yellow.
Yeah.
The yellow one. And remember, when you do a request, dial that shit all the way down to 100.
Down to 100.
Do not request 20,000 of those fucking things.
That was going to be my next question.
Yeah, 100 is more than plenty.
Remote demand?
Oh my god, on the opposite side of... And get to 0, 0. And then the solar plus signal tower. And this ensures that nothing will land here, or if it does, it will immediately get obliterated. Because all those hives in space are going to be wanting to take a chunk out of me here.
It's requesting strange matrices. Is that just for decoration, I take it?
The yellow squares, yeah, just ignore that. For some reason, every time he built that, he had a ring of yellow squares going around the pole, and it was like purely aesthetics.
There's the missiles. Good. Okay, yeah. The only ones I have requesting here are signal towers. Should I remove that one too?
I don't have any, like, any buildings being requested. One of the things requests blue spray tan stuff that I keep, which is kind of the central way that I distribute the proliferation stuff. But other than that, I don't have any of the buildings actually delivered, because you can literally keep 10 stacks of a building in that logistics slot, and like I've never had a need for more than that.
Yeah. Alright, next step would be the... should I go with the polar missile ring? Rather than the missile turret, or... Yeah, plasma turret?
Yeah, don't do plasma turret, do the missile ring.
I assume the plasma turrets is more of a farm setup?
No, it's... like... But the plasma turret, the big plasma turrets only attack stuff in orbit. So it's not any good of, you know, clearing the planet or helping keep the planet clean. That's a different, like, that's a wholly different thing. And the missiles do just fine. I've never really had a need to go too crazy. Alright, this is finally...
Shoot.
This planet is finally mine. Now, to find the stupid... where is the unipolar magnet? It's going to be a single vein. There it is.
There we go.
Unipolar magnet. Okay, gathering. Bingo. Unipolar magnets. Yes, sir.
Oh, what's being blocked?
And vein utilization. We can do another one of those because reasons. A little bit more damage. And some more combat drone damage, because why not? Okay, I think I need to bring this. Local demand, I need to drop in some of these. And there is the first unipolar magnet being delivered. Okay. We've got this covered. Let me cover this down here with a little bit of shield action. Just to help protect that little bit there. $57.60. to 6330. Wow. It's another 600 a minute production out of that. Glorious. Okay. Now, let's do space, clear that, now that we have this protection. And we are going to head out. I could clear all these hives, but I'm going to do some more researches of the drones and really clear that shit out fast. Okay. Haas is on 1. I can head to 3 and help clear that out. 2 and 3, I guess. Ugh.
Some reason it did not want to place down a couple of the missile turrets.
Okay. This is a volcanic planet. Holy Moses, look at all the things and stuff on here. Ooh, lots of kimberlite. Wow. 102 million kimberlite on this little world. Believe it or not, there's actually nothing on the North Pole. I can just straight up put this stuff on the North Pole and surprise the well, if we ever need kimberlite, I know which planet to go to.
Is true.
Okay, so blueprint, planet scale, the buggy version here. Okay, and then we're going to change this fuel out with this. Let's go this remote demand. Looks like we've got some incoming. This, the missiles are already good. Let's do the demand on that.
Oh, the missiles are taking their dear sweet time getting here.
Yeah, we're a long ways from home. Long ways from home, which is why I usually don't power the thing up until I have missiles and power and all of that stuff ready to go.
Yeah.
Okay, there's the 3-star or the 6 stars. And that. And there's that. And come over here where the missiles are. I don't know why I'm hearing your sound effects, but
Oh, always fun.
very weird. And then for the missiles, I turn off the auto stacking output. Should do that with the fuel as well, just because having that fuel stacked, that's a lot.
Yeah.
And let's put down some shields.
Had not initially done that, but going forward they should be.
Okay.
Oh, I just got an error.
Fuel has been delivered, and Here are some missiles.
Right, good. Missiles just got here, so I can safely exit.
And we're gonna do...
Don't want to leave those errors running for too long.
And then I set one of these missile turrets to upper air, copy the setting, paste it a bunch of times so they actually clear out relays.
I would not have remembered to do that. I kind of knew it was a thing, but yeah, this is the first time I'm setting these up.
Alright, missiles are good. Now I just grab one of these and power.
I should have checked if you were good first. Didn't take too long. Damn it, just got another error.
Yeah, I figured it was gonna... Yeah, all the drone fighting and stuff that we're doing, probably easy to get out of sync with.
Yeah, and I'm wondering if I might have to leave most of the combat to you as well. Maybe, I don't know.
I mean, if you're immediately airing it when you start attacking things, I would say that might be the case, but I don't know.
That time I had gone out and attacked with my character, with my mech, so maybe that's also part of it. But then again, you know, when I first landed, I was doing a bunch of attacking, so
yeah, it's hit or miss. It really is.
Yeah. I might need to request more missiles for this place, because... Oh. No, maybe the belt's just the wrong way. I had to do some trickery to try and get it to come through. Yeah, that's the problem.
All right, am I finally... Nope, still not done. Jesus. All right, is that the last one? Good Lord. I think that's finally the last one. Boy, this had a lot. A lot of them on it. Holy cow.
Yeah?
So, let's go to the... Do I want to do the equator thing here? Yeah, I think it's a good idea to do that one here because we're going to be launching probably everything from this planet. So much stone on this planet. I could easily make a few or many thousands of foundation just from the planet itself.
Yeah?
Okay. Go in here. Planet scale, signal tower.
Yeah, but doing a bunch of combat here and still haven't had a big issue. Weird.
Oh. Relay landed on planet. That's the neutron star planet. I mean, it should have gotten taken out pretty fast, to be fair. Alright, so... now I need to paste that again.
It's a little frustrating that you can't have more than one ammo enabled at a time. Or am I missing something?
Yeah, I don't... Yeah, I'm pretty sure you're right about that. I don't know why that is, but... You do automatically shoot, like... something else. Yeah, there's the laser, mecha turret laser active. So there's a laser that you can shoot. It just basically, like... it is a secondary weapon, but it's kind of hard-coded.
Yeah.
Alright, this planet is clean. Good lord. It was a process. And if we ever need any kimberlite...
Yeah?
Oh, dang it. Yeah, and there's a ton more stone on this planet. I could just hoover up and convert into things and stuff. Okay. This will eventually be used for launching. Yeah, it'll be used for launching things and stuff. But it's going to require a lot of foundation before I'm able to do that. So let's actually start a little smelting operation here. Oh, I can hit all 21 iron veins with that. Crazy.
Nice. It's always nice when the line's up like that.
Okay.
I'm not able to cover a lot of the, what are they, core drills? Core drillers, yeah. Not sure.
I mean, if you can't cover them and you don't have a geothermal, I mean, just leave them, I guess. Oh.
I think part of it's a sync issue. Like this one, it still has the drill, the image of it, on my screen, but it's destroyed.
Hmm. That's unfortunate.
Yep.
Alright, let me do this. 1, 2, 3, 4. Back. 1, 2.
Yeah, the multiplayer mod isn't perfect, but it's amazing that it is as successful as it is for how complex of a system that has to be. Yeah, I'd like to cover up as much of these as I can, because placing down that blueprint, it'd suck to have to try and fill in those gaps, because a lot of times I have no idea what they are. Alright, I'm gonna try exiting the planet and coming back, because that should, at least hopefully, reload the things and the stuff. Really helps when you're looking for stuff to have the build grid up so that you can follow the the latitude and longitude lines.
Oh yeah.
To see if there's anywhere I can fill in. See, when you're just flying around, it's like, where am I? Go. Yep, taking off from the planet looks like it helped. I'm able to fill in more of these. That one's still bugged. Or, well, not necessarily bugged. If they're sending something to it, you can't fill it in, right? Or is that untrue?
No, that's not true. The only time you can't fill it in is if there's a unit that's still assigned to that. Like, if there's even one unit that isn't destroyed yet, you won't be able to fill it in.
I think I've conquered the whole planet, so...
Right, and sometimes it just either takes a second to realize it, or it could be a multiplayer thing where it's not properly reporting that everything is truly dead.
Yeah. And could be a little column A, a little column B.
Oh, there's a lot of stone on this planet. Wow. Gonna be a lot of foundation.
All right, I think I'm gonna leave this planet and continue on to the next one because I think I'm just not able to do everything on it. All right, so you're on the second planet. I shall go to.
I'm on 3.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, there's a gas giant out here, so you can go to the outside one. It's another gas giant system. 2 gas giants on this system.
Very interesting. And one has deuterium, the other one has fire ice. That's cool.
So much stone.
Oh no! I landed on a planet with stone too. Oh wow, there's only 2 thingamajigs on here. But I assume we want to set up the full planetary defenses anyway?
Yeah. That just ensures that, it's not going to get foobarred. Okay, so now I need this. Well, this is going to be output. One, 2, 3, 4. One, 2, 3, 4. This is going to be steel. Okay.
Should have grabbed some missiles from the other planet and brought them with me. But I guess I'm not in urgent need of either. It's just a couple of things here.
Okay. We depleted a vein of something. I just got an achievement. Deplete a vein. I'm guessing that's on the home planet.
Yeah.
Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Although we don't really need to proliferate the output here. And foundation.
Huh, I'm not getting any of the yellow fuel. I wonder, do we not have enough of that?
Probably not. Because it's contingent on those yellow things that we're farming. So if we're not farming those fast enough, then yeah, they're not. Okay, I think the steel here. Let's make sure this is stacked. Okay. Now. And finally, All right. Believe it or not, the bottleneck is stone. But we're actually getting to the end of the belt, so I guess not really a bottleneck.
Just well laid out, or balanced, well balanced. So bright and white on this part of the planet that I can't even see the lasers picking up the stone.
Hmm. Thank God for this laser clearing mod, though. That was one of the most tedious things in the game was... And I know a lot of people just ignore it. They just don't even bother picking up the stone or whatever, and it's like, that's fine. But it's a lot of resources sitting on the ground that...
Yeah, it feels bad to just bypass them. But yeah, when I've played in a vanilla game, I get to a point where I just start ignoring them, and a piece of my soul dies. Damn it! I did it again. Which actually kind of makes me think of something. Do you think that we'll get to the point where like the only things allowed on YouTube or streaming services and stuff like that for games are like the paintball games? I don't know if
Paintball.
you've heard of those. Okay, yeah. Rather than having realistic fighting games, there's kind of a, I think it's kind of still in its inception, but a movement to make, rather than actual war games, they have paintball games where nobody actually goes to pasture. They just teleport back to beginning. You know what I mean? There's no.
No, I don't think the platforms will go that way, because that would be leaving an enormous amount of revenue on the table.
Yeah.
For purely ideological reasons. And while
true, but at the same time, they have been leaving a lot of money on the table for ideological reasons.
Yes, it definitely, yes. I agree with that. But to then completely ignore, because if you actually look at the numbers of people watching stuff like Call of Duty, if you go to Twitch and you look at like how many people are watching these things, it would be insane for a company to be like, you know what, I don't want any of that. because
Yeah.
there's millions of people watching that content. And if these platforms, including Twitch, were to say no more, then all that would do is breed other platforms like Rumble. And Rumble's like, yeah, come on over, stream whatever you want. They would actually take the lion's share. And I'm sure the people behind Rumble are like wanting more censorship, because it's like the more people that go over to Rumble is like, that's just good for them all around. So it's like, yeah, I'm sure that they would want something like that. So it would be really stupid. And I know YouTube is very, very restrictive on what you can and cannot say, and I hate that it is. I think Google should just fire the YouTube CEO and should bring in somebody who actually believes in the First Amendment, who actually believes in the freedom of speech. Because if all that they would have to do is come out and say, you know what, we were wrong, freedom of speech is cool, everybody enjoy. And I think that it would change the tide of society alone. But they're not going to do that because they're so ingrained in their BS that they truly actually believe the bullshit. They just truly believe that they're doing right by censoring people. That freedom of speech is just too dangerous. That for some reason it's the best line of a politician ever was like, the freedom of speech is too dangerous to democracy. I just laugh because it's like, that's such a disconnect from like actual reality and what is important. It's just funny to me that like the people in Australia have literally lost their minds. Australia is turning into a fascist state right before our eyes. They just passed a law this week. Oh god, I can't even remember it. I was reading about it like late last night, and my brain just didn't fully absorb it. But yeah, they passed another like massive like censorship thing in Australia last week. And like, I'm like, how do the citizens of this country not see the fascist like thing that this is doing? I mean, look what they did during COVID and the camps that they set up, and I mean they went full fascist state, and people were just fine with that. I there's somebody that I know who streams who's in Australia, and like they're not looking to leave Australia. They're like, oh yeah, it sucks, but we're dealing with it. It's like, what? Like,
yeah, you're dealing with it for now.
Yeah, it's really, really crazy. And whoever you believe in, whatever you think, if you start getting rid of the freedoms this country was built on and Western society was built on, if you start getting rid of those, you are no longer a free country. You're no longer considered a free country. Because all it takes is the erosion of that mindset where, freedom is too dangerous to be in the hands of the people. We, the government, daddy government, knows best for you, and therefore, we will raise your children. We will take care of your elderly. We will do all of this stuff. Just give us all of your freedoms. That's what they're doing. And anybody who is on board with that can freely go fuck themselves, because it's the term slippery slope, I think, is used too much for too many things.
Yeah.
But it is apt in this case where the UK starts passing hate speech laws. That's the first line. And then after that, you go from hate speech laws to, well, any speech we don't agree with, right? It's now hate speech to criticize the prime minister. That's considered hate speech. That's all they need to do. Once you start passing the hate speech laws, all you need to do is recategorize what hate speech is. And then suddenly, you can't criticize the prime minister anymore. You can't criticize your local person, your local mayor. You can't... Once you start doing that, you are no longer a free society. And the people who don't understand that boggles my mind. It boggles my mind where they're like, oh, this is hate speech. It's like, yeah, but hate speech is also protected speech. Because who defines what hate speech is? That's the problem. Is, oh, for now, the people in power you agree with. You agree with the hate speech laws in power now. But what happens when somebody's in power that you don't necessarily agree with, and they use those laws against you? That's all it takes. And then suddenly these people are going to be outcried. Like, how dare they do this to us? And it's like, you literally voted this shit in. That's what's happening in California. That's what's happening in Canada. Canada is another one. Just like Australia, Canada has lost its ever-loving mind.
Yeah.
And it's a very, very dangerous set of circumstances that we are running headlong into. And I don't think people are fully aware of how deep the well goes of tyranny when you start removing the freedoms, when you start limiting the freedoms. What's crazy, if you actually look at history, if you actually study history, especially U.S. history, when the Bill of Rights was ratified by the colonies shortly after the Constitution was also ratified. So the amendments had to be passed and approved by a majority of the colonies or the states that were created. So once that was done, it was literally within 5 years. Within 5 years. This was the 1700s. Within like 5 years, there was a law that was passed that limited speech. That then had to go all the way to the Supreme Court to then be classified as unconstitutional because it infringed on speech. It did not take long for even the states that approved, that ratified the freedom of speech, to immediately turn around and try to limit speech. Like it does not take long for the erosion of freedoms to happen. And the mind-boggling thing for me is the attitude of, oh, you know, they would never, you know, somebody in power would never do a thing like that. You know, we trust the people in power. It's like, do you have any idea how stupid that is? The people in power would never like violate our rights. Like, do you know what the Patriot Act is? Do you have any idea like what kind of enormous bullshit the Patriot Act was? And people like were enthusiastically passing that, and that thing eroded so many of the rights of the citizens of this country. And
but it has patriot in it.
It had the word patriot. So if you're against it, you're obviously not a patriot. They know how to name this shit to make it pass, and then it's like, oh, Patriot Act, warrantless search, warrantless wiretaps, like the blatant disregard for the Constitution was like immediate. And like, they passed it with reverie, bipartisan, it was crazy. And then every president since has re-enabled it, has basically extended it.
Yeah, the Patriot Act had was a list of wants that many of the politicians had. Dang it, I just got an error again. For decades. And they could not pass it because of the massive, massive outcry it was going to cause.
Yeah.
And once 9/11 happened, that gave them a perfect excuse. And they just said, okay, we want all of this stuff and more, and they got it.
Yeah. That's why there's a bunch of conspiracy theories on 9/11 and whatever, like all the shit, and there's still, Twitter is still, it goes in waves. I see like somebody posts a video of the towers collapsing and they're like, blah blah, like people are doubting that it was done. Like, I'm okay, I understand the fact that conspiracy theories, many of them over the last 5 years, 4 years, have been proven true. Many of them have been proven true. But that doesn't mean they're all fucking true. Right? Yeah. That does not mean all of the conspiracy theories are true. So can we please move away from 9/11 being like an inside job and move towards more let's figure this shit out and let's prevent another one from happening and give us our goddamn freedoms back, because I am really tired of the Patriot Act and all this shit that the government is getting away with, and people are ignoring that and focusing on the actual conspiracy theory from 20 years ago. And it's like, 20 years ago it happened, whatever happened, let's move on. Can we please focus on the problems of today and not rehash the BS from 20 years ago? Let's figure out the shit for today, because I am really tired of Congress passing law after law after law restricting or limiting the freedom. I'm really tired of it. They're still doing it. They're still doing it. The TikTok law that they just passed, by the way, does not even include the word TikTok in it. It gives sole power to the president to basically classify a company or a country as an enemy, and if somebody has an investment in that country, they will be forced to divest from that business. Now, the way that it's worded, yes, they could use it to target TikTok. But the way that it's worded, if you really go and you do a search for because several channels have done like deep dives, like legal deep dives into the verbiage of that law, and it was again passed with bipartisan support. The law could so easily be used to crush Twitter and Elon Musk. With a wave of a pen, it would destroy Elon Musk and Twitter and all of the stuff that he's built. Just in a heartbeat. It would just, boink, good God. Because he has investments in many other countries, in China, in Germany. Like he has these investments, and all they would need to do is focus on him. And so I'm convinced that the law was written not to target TikTok, but to target Elon Musk and Twitter, because of the fact that it's the last bastion of the freedom of speech. Because if you actually read the law, it just makes sense. It just makes sense that this is what they were actually targeting.
It would be funny if the acronym they gave it spelt out Elon.
Yeah, like for me, it's one of those like scary things, and I'm sure Elon has a entire cadre of lawyers ready to fight if it came to that. God, look at all that. I have so much junk on me. Okay, let's clear the litter. I have 147 core elements. That'll be very, very good for things and stuff.
Nice.
We are building... Oh, look at all the... I mean, we have I have crafted so much foundation just from the rock that I picked up on this planet.
Yeah.
That I'll be able to build the rockets. Let me grab... That was 112,000. Okay, let's get ready for the rockets. Can't even remember. So much.
There we go. Now I think I can place down the signal tower blueprint. It's really difficult to get this one to place correctly. Because where you...
Yeah, the one thing that I look at, because the polar thing includes 4 relay stations.
Yep.
And that planetary relay with solar panel has 4 relay stations at the top that you line up, and that's how I place it.
It's weird though, because it's like what I forget which one's latitude and which one's longitude, but as you mouse up and down closer or further from the pole, it changes the position of those, and it really shouldn't. It's weird. There? Okay, those line up. Is there anything that's not placing aside from those? Good. I got it all lined up, I think.
All right, let's place equator rockets.
All right, I'm gonna go AFK a sec here.
Equator rockets. I think I do one here. And here. Woo, go bots, go. So many bots. Glorious. Okay, now. Let's do a grab for rockets. Put that in there. Let's max that out. And then we have rockets there. Rockets there. Now we could limit the output here. But I tend not to do that. And this needs some power. Good to go. Okay.
Right, I'm back.
Now, let's demand all of the rockets. Just all of them. I'm not going to launch anything, but they will start filling this place up. And on this side, we're going to do the this is going to be the whatchamacallits.
But yeah, what you were talking about as far as what is it? There's a phrase kind of like creep, you know, loss of freedom creep or whatever, kind of like the opposite of feature creep in games. The thing that bugs me kind of the most when I have conversations with people about, you know, this law is bad and here's why, is when they say, oh well, those restrictions they're doing aren't for us. It's not for us. I hate it when people say that, because yes, it is for us. It doesn't matter if they say to stop the mafia, to stop the gang, because it will be used against us. There's
it already is, yeah. I mean, it's...
Yeah.
These laws are already pretty crazy. And there are literally cities in this country that I would not go. I would not go to.
Yeah.
And that really tells you something. If you don't feel safe in your own freaking country, then there's a huge that's a huge problem. That's a huge problem. So yeah, to me, I'm just like not amused by the people who just don't. They just don't understand the problem. All right. Can I do this? I can. Most excellent. Oh my god, why are you shooting? Oh my god. Stupid solar sails. Why does there have to be a default solar sail orbit?
Yeah. I wonder if there's some kind of bug or something where if it doesn't have one to shoot to automatically, it glitches. Or something.
Well, it is what it is.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm not going to be launching anything into orbit until the hives are dead in this system, because they will sap the power right out of it. Okay, and then I've come up here. And where is my blueprint for polar photons? This was a nightmare of a blueprint to put together, because God, it's so annoying. Oh man, I don't have any. Oh, I need some more ray receivers. Damn it.
I might have some. Let me check. And if so, I'll...
Yeah, I only need like 26 of them.
Ah, there we go. Yep, I do. You're on second planet?
I'm on 3.
3. Alright. I still have a lot left to place on here, but...
Alright, let me request those. I don't need 20,000 of them. They don't get used all that much.
Oh wow,
Let's demand those.
The I didn't notice right away. The second gas giant here has 2 planets orbiting it. Not just one.
Really?
Yep.
That's rare.
Yeah.
That's really rare. Wow. Yeah. Crazy.
Looks like some of them are still shooting the solar
Yeah,
sails.
there's a... I had solar sails on me, so it's shooting the solar sails that were on me. Alright, and then I have...
Must be the other pole.
Where is it? Antimatter. There it is.
Anything else you might need while I'm here?
I don't think so.
Alrighty, just thought I'd check. Suck to have you, 10 seconds later be all like, oh, I'm out of these.
Yeah, I mean, that definitely could still happen.
Yup.
Let's see. Put those down. Okay. Now, middle is the photons. Of course, those are without power, because freaking power is so annoying. Okay. Now,
Oh, you had I meant to mention this earlier, but you had a political quote that I can't remember what one you said, but another really funny one is If they fight us, we win, or something like that. You know, if they use violence against us, we win. That's like, well, okay, morally, yeah, you have a victory, but you know, if you're unalive now, did you actually win?
Yeah, people are really seem to be obsessed with thinking they're winning, being on the right side of history, and it's like they're not stopping to question the actual meaning of what they're doing.
Yeah.
They're more interested in, you know, being right than they are with the freedoms that they may or may not be losing in the process. And the people who are aware can understand why these people are freely giving away their freedoms. You know, like in Canada, like how has the population of Canada not completely and utterly revolted by now? How are they still? I mean, I know it's Canada. I know it's not really the disposition of Canadians to like cause a ruckus, but your government is literally destroying everything that you stand for, and you're just like, nah, you know, it is what it is, right? I mean, it's like, what? So it's a bizarre situation, and
They're just like, it's not so bad, eh?
all right, this is going to be a tiny trickle of photons for the time being. I'm not going to request any more solar sails because stupid solar sails. Okay. Well, my stone is still going. It's still running low, and I have pulled a couple 100,000 foundation off of just the stone that I harvested from this planet. Okay. So Oz is clearing. Okay, so while you're clearing, yeah,
First one's done.
yeah, I'll start the space hives just because those are a pain in the ass to clear, and we got a lot of them.
And we'll probably have less game crashes if you do it as opposed to me. Or not game crashes, but thingamajiggies.
Yeah, those.
Oh, errors. Sorry, I just landed on the planet and got things attacking me. Little distracting.
All right. Try to hit the edge of this here. Go get him. Alpha Hive is toast. Okay. Beta Hive. Where is Beta Hive? Oh, I'm staring right at it.
No wonder you couldn't find it.
Get all the ships repaired.
Oh, there's an error. Yay. I'll be back.
That's too bad. I haven't checked to see if
Let me know when you're between battles.
I'm between battles right now.
Okay. Haven't checked? New version, I take it?
Yeah, I haven't checked to see if there's any updates to the actual thing itself.
Yeah, it's possible that there's been some tweaks that they've done.
Come on. Get in there. There you go. Yeah, 1567 is about the biggest. Let's slow her down. Getting too close. Even this late in the game, one of these hives would just obliterate my poor ship. Or my poor mech. It would just...
Somehow I got destroyed, it did. I was looking at your screen. Redeploy or reassemble?
Reassemble is probably your best bet. Redeploy will put you back on the home system.
Okay. All items retained. That's the important bit.
Yeah, reassemble is the better.
Man, for how much shielding I've got, that's a shock that they were able to take me out like that.
Ah, Beta Hive is still here? Why is there... There's nothing there. Oh. It just disappeared. Thanks, game. Okay. Where's the next hive at? There it is. can't warp. Oh shit. That would be bad. Not bad. Go forth and kill all the drones. There you go. Go forth. Oh, look at all those drones. Whew.
Oh wow, I've got a lot of stone on me.
Another one bites the dust. All right, look at that. The system is clean. For God's sake, that was crazy. Now, are there relays left on this planet? No, it looks like the one out there is clean already. And Os is cleaning that one. Looks like that's good to go. Yeah, it looks like this...
I think the other planet orbiting this gas giant is pretty clean also, but
yeah,
it doesn't have the polar stuff set up.
Well, the other planet on the gas giant is the one that I was on.
Oh, okay.
So, yeah, it's good to go already. That's number 3. Okay, so... let's do Z, clear those ships out. Skirt around the gas giant. Okay. Yeah, the only issue with this is going to be the fact that this is a gas giant. And, yeah, we are going to be blocked a little bit from launching. So, let's go and do the Dyson Swarm. I can't edit this one at all, unfortunately, as I've said before. So we're going to add an orbit. Maximum distance. Inclinations do 90. Oh, God, don't right click. Maximum 90. Oh my God. 90. There we go. And let's do 180. No. 180. Create. Add. Let's do maximum. 45. Jesus. I never know if I've collected everything. Longitude. Doesn't really matter. Let's do 90. Create, add, maximum size, let's go, yeah, 90, is it?
Oh, wow, I'm out of missile turrets.
320? 38. Okay. Now we can start launching solar sails. Like all of them. Doodaloo, where is...
Hopefully our production will keep up with it now.
Go forth and bring me solar sails. Okay. Now, I'm going to wait for those to get here and to have lots and lots in orbit. Because once the rockets start launching, you go through a lot of solar sails really, really fast. And the rockets are ready to go. And all I need to do is paste in that. I'm going to save the game really quick because reasons.
'Tis a good idea.
Even though it does autosave, I have seen that, so not really at risk of it completely going bonkers, but all right. Let's see let's see the ships here.
I think I have to disconnect. Oh, nope, maybe not.
Look at all the hive seeds out there. It'd be a full-time job just to try to clear the entire sector of hives. That would be whew.
Yeah, that'd be a lot of work.
One system at a time. Polar, just basically like land on a planet, build the polar system, do that to every single planet, and then clear the hives in orbit. And then go to the next system and do that like just one at a time, just methodically going through. Okay. And there they are, getting launched. All right, let's see. Who's the most popular? You got this one out here. The small one is actually like crazy popular here. But the other ones are going. Okay. So now yeah, look at the 20. Where are the rest of the ships coming in? There's a load of them coming in here.
Nope, I can't cover it. Took me a while to find the core drill. But yeah, I still can't foundation over it yet.
Okay, I might need another requester for solar set. Boy, this is taking a while to get here.
Yeah.
Whew.
Yeah, even with high-level research, the limits you have aren't necessarily enough. It takes quite a setup to chew through that much, though.
All right. Now, I have to kind of alt-tab out and find my text document. Dyson gyro. Copy. All right, here we go. It is time. Paste. Okay.
Ooh, felt a little hitch when you said okay. I assume that's when you clicked the button.
Yep. The rockets are going. Oh boy.
Oof. Just these rings coming off of the planet.
I wonder how
So is this the... Yeah, this is the same setup as the other star.
Yeah, it's the same design. And this is straight up pulled off of the Dyson Sphere Blueprints website. So it's like anybody can use this Dyson Sphere design.
Yep. It's a lot of work to make one of your own.
Yeah, it is. It actually is a lot of time. I remember when I did the series, it was just like, holy cow, I spent so long on it.
Yeah. I think designing mine, I spent like 4 hours or something like that.
Now we're getting... Oh, look at the ships. This is not going to take very long to build this thing.
Yeah.
We probably had 100,000 at least of the ships in storage ready to go, and yeah, as these things build, they're going to be pulling in more and more and more of the solar sails. So that's why I started. That's why I always start that first.
Yeah, that swarm is not going to last long. I think I can already see it.
Yeah, it's already depleting. It's yeah, you can see it right here starting to chew all these up.
Yeah, one of them you can see that there's giant gaps in the ring. My brain couldn't decide whether I was trying to say circle, sphere, or ring.
I mean, they're kind of the same things. Oh,
Yeah. In this instance, ring is the most appropriate when talking about the swarms, anyway. Yeah, one of the swarms, it's like it's not even there. It's launching them, it hits, but they never actually even show up in the swarm.
yeah. Well, I have the I have the fast absorption mod, because normally it would take hours and hours for them to actually absorb all the solar sails, and it's just it's a nightmare of just sitting around twiddling your thumbs when it's like, come on, let's get her done.
In vanilla, you have so many things to work on, and single player, you have so many things to work on, you can just ignore it and go somewhere else. But yeah, already outputting what's requested? Yeah, 2.49 in the shell. The swarm is 2.1 and going down.
Yeah, the swarm is just about gone. Look at those. Just the ships, just the could you imagine if we on Earth were launching that many rockets? Like somebody calculated, like, You would have to build one of these. I think it was Joe Scott that did a video months, like maybe a few years ago, regarding like a Dyson Sphere, and just like rough back the napkin math would have required like 50 rocket launches every minute of every day for 150 years to launch the amount of material that you would need just for like a dead simple Dyson Sphere. And it's like,
I'm surprised it's that few. Yeah, if we were to get to this point, we would have to do something similar to what you have on that planet, where it's a ring around the planet. Because if we were launching from one location, or even like 2 or 3, we would literally be changing the orbit of the planet.
yeah, you wouldn't actually, to build one of these, you wouldn't launch stuff off of a planet. That is way too inefficient. You would have factories in space, in orbit, in a stable orbit around the star. You would have your factories, and then because you would literally have to mine entire solar systems worth of material, to build all of the things that it would take. And so it would be easier just to have a thing in orbit that you can just use a minimal amount of fuel to get it in place around get it delivered to the Dyson Sphere.
It'd probably be best to create a superstructure that is literally part of the sphere itself.
Right, sort of like an early seed. Yeah, an early seed of it, where the orbit that it's going to be in, like the speed that it's going to like have it, make sure it's super stable, and then you start building and expanding that. That makes more sense to me than launching shit from a planet, because there's just no way. I mean, just think of the fuel that you would need. There's no way you'd be able to generate that much material and fuel and stuff. There's just no way. So
yeah, you would not want to combat gravity constantly, because that's, I mean, the rocket launches that we do, that's what most of the fuel that they have is just to combat the gravity effect.
Right, just to the first 10 miles that it launches is 90% of the fuel that we use when we launch something. So it's like, once it's in the upper atmosphere, it's already burned through 90% of the fuel that was in it. So most of the weight of takeoff is actually the fuel to take off. It's kind of it's a weird like catch-22. The heavier it's just kind of, there's definitely diminishing returns. You need so much more exponential weight in fuel to deliver, another pound into space.
Yep. Yeah, what was it you were talking about? The gorilla suit that somebody brought up to the space station?
Yeah.
It wasn't, didn't you say it was like $10,000 just to deliver that in fuel?
Back in the day that happened, it was $10,000 a pound.
Oh, jeez.
To launch something into the ISS. $10,000 a pound. Now it was probably broken down by kilogram, but 10,000 a pound was the common cited value. So yeah, that suit probably weighed 3 or 4 pounds, in storage, and they had to account for it. Somebody had to account for it. So I don't know how that happened, but I've seen the video of it. It's hilarious. I don't know, like, if you're an astronaut and you're floating around in space, it's not like they just hitched a ride and you don't know what's launched with you. You know exactly, like, these people train for literally months before they go up. So some monkey just randomly appears. Like, there's like, the initial reaction should not have been fear. It should have been, how the hell did that monkey get up here when there's like it's like we know exactly what was launched with us. We know exactly what was up here when we came up here. We know exactly what is launched after us. The monkey was not a part of it. Like, it did not hitch a ride secretly on a rocket. Like, that's not how that works. So it's funny that they, you know, the video shows like super amounts of panic when it's like it's it's like what?
It's one of those initial reaction kind of things. You know, your brain doesn't necessarily.
Yeah, it doesn't
process.
realize you're in space, dude. Like
it's kind of like you know, when you play pranks on people, like somebody rigged a something that looks like a giant snake that pops out of a cooler when you open it. You know, the head of it is so huge that a snake that size possibly could not fit in a cooler that small. But that's not your cognitive brain.
right. I mean, it's a jump scare at that point. Like it's a surprise, and that's where the fear comes in. Is you weren't expecting it.
Yep.
I would love to know what weird algorithm they use to determine where these rockets go, because they get assigned as soon as they launch. They get assigned to a node, and they don't just like build one node until it's X size and build another one until it's X size. It's just like little bits and bobs and pieces here and there. It's really weird.
Probably something similar to Factorio. Like when they're placing, you know, when you place down a giant,
but that's a first,
especially of concrete.
That's a big queue. That's a first come first serve sort of thing. And then once it runs out of, so the Factorio algorithm, I've basically figured that one out to a certain extent. When you place like concrete down, it will deploy bots in the order the concrete is placed in the table. Yep. Until it runs out of bots. And then as it's going through, this is the weird thing about the Factorial algorithm, as it basically is just iterating through a giant table of a to-do list. But once it runs out of bots, it doesn't stop iterating through that table. It just doesn't have any bots. And that's where you get the gaps, right? The weird noise pattern comes from the fact that it's processing that to-do list while it doesn't have any bots to assign. And as soon as it has some bots to assign, that's where you get the little bits and bobs that fill in. And then once it gets all the way to the end, it goes through it again, right? It gets through it all again, and then you get everything starting to fill in. But in this is a sphere. And it's not based on first come, first serve, because I pasted the whole thing in one shot.
Right.
And it's not based on closest, because they're not launching to the closest ones. It's just a weird, like, it's like some random number to each node, and then it just cycles through all the nodes. Like, send 50 here, send 20 here, send 30 here, send another 50 here. Send, like, it's just this weird, like...
Which probably isn't really realistic. It should really, you know, create the core of the structure before it builds kind of like the external stuff. But, you know, you would have to, as you're designing it, declare those kind of things, and from a, you know, gamer standpoint, that'd just be annoying.
I mean, from an engineering standpoint, I couldn't imagine.
Yeah.
Like, figuring out, because you have to balance, like, on Earth, when we've built, like, even if you look at, like, the Roman arches, right, there was a certain amount of balance of weight, right? So they knew these arches could distribute the weight on either side of the supports. So in orbit, you have gravity's constant pull towards the star, and then the orbit itself has to be fast enough where it's not, you know, it's actually a stable orbit. But the problem is the speed is related to the mass, right? The bigger the mass, the slower it has to go, because, you know, you've got a lot more inertia, a lot more, you know, direction around, you know, you're basically falling towards the star. So the thing with engineering of a Dyson Sphere, the way that this is built, the mass is constantly increasing. And so in reality, if you were to build a Dyson Sphere like we're depicting here, the mass, the very first nodes that are built would have to be going pretty fast in their orbit around. And as their mass builds up, then it could slow down. But even then, it's like you would still have to figure out how to balance everything until it's all one cohesive ring. Because once it's a cohesive ring, then you've basically got equal pull from all sides. You know, the north and the south poles are all pulling towards the star at the same rate, so they kind of cancel each other out. But that only happens when when it's built, basically. So until it's built, I mean, I could not imagine any little accident, any little collision would be devastating, because it would immediately start falling into the star if it loses its velocity. It would just fall right into the star. And then you've got like the solar wind, and you've got solar storms, and you've got interference, magnetic interference. Like, it's just one thing after another. It would honestly surprise me. I know the Dyson Spheres are sort of a theoretical thing. It would honestly surprise me if any species ever did something like it. Because it would be such a monumental task. There's just no way.
Yeah, the amount of matter that it would take to assemble one. You know, if you're able to get that much, then why are you building a sphere? You know, you obviously already have the ability to get gargantuan amounts of energy, because you've already expended it to acquire that much matter to assemble.
And there's, at that point, there would have to be some sort of, in my opinion, like the way that we generate energy. And I actually figure I watched a physicist talk about the current fusion projects and how what the plan is to actually draw energy from the fusion reactor, because the fusion reactor is in itself it's a heat reactor. So the more fusion that's inside, the hotter it can sustain itself, because the process of fusion generates an obscene amount of heat. But we're talking 100 million degrees, like 100 million degrees Celsius. That's what the fusion reactors have to get to. But once the fusion reactors are going and sustaining, you know, the heat that they generate themselves sustains them. So where does the power come from? And I discovered the craziest thing where the power actually comes from, theoretically, is that they would blanket the fusion reactor in a ring. It's like, because the fusion process, deuterium tritium, produces a neutron. And so that neutron flies out of the reactor. Flies out of the reactor. Well, the blanket that they put around would be either some dense material. It would have to be something to capture that neutron and to absorb the energy, because the amount of energy in that neutron is extremely high. Right? E equals mc squared. The amount of energy in that neutron is mind-boggling. So the blanket around the reactor would allow that neutron to bump into as many things as possible and heat it up. And yes, a working fusion reactor would still generate power by making steam and spinning a turbine.
Yeah.
Which is
It's surprising how ancient the um electromagnetic generator is, and we're still using it even for the super high tech stuff.
yeah, it's like no matter what we do, no matter what tech we have for like generating the heat, we still generate power with the same turbines that Tesla invented 100 years ago. It's crazy. Cat wants attention. I get it, Cat. I get it.
I mean, obviously we've definitely improved upon the design as time goes on, but still shocking.
Yeah,
Just
so
as
I mean, if we could like the perfect Dyson or the perfect energy source that we could tap into somehow, if it's just heat that we need, would be the sun's corona. Because the sun's corona gets up to 21 million degrees, which is it's the atmosphere around the sun. It's what you see during an eclipse, right? It's the halo around the sun. It is unbelievably hot. It's hotter than the surface, which is a bizarre thing, but it's hotter than the surface of the sun. But it's the atmosphere around the sun. And at 21 million degrees, like, think of the generators that you could spin. So that would be the most ideal way of sapping energy off the sun, because it would just be this constant massive heat battery, basically. But you'd have to get pretty damn close to the sun. Like, you would have to build it dangerously close. But yeah, that crazy amounts of energy you could pull from that.
The scale is shocking, because the kind of like the minimum temperature that you need for an electric generator would be 100 degrees Celsius, because that's where you boil water and it turns into steam, which is what powers the turbines, as opposed to 21 million. There's a little bit of a gap there.
Yeah, I mean, the amount of power you could generate just from a tiny blip around that, if it's just this little space station going around the sun that's somehow pulling that heat in, right? I mean, you would not need very much to generate obscene amounts of power, and it would be, the sun wouldn't even feel it. It would be just this tiny little blip. The sun would not be like, oh, you're cooling me down. Like, no, the sun doesn't care. It's outputting the amount of energy the sun outputs every second is mind-numbing. Like, it's like millions of terawatts. Like, it's unbelievable amounts of energy that it's outputting, and it's gonna do so for another 4 billion years. And it's like it's an unholy amount of energy. So once or if humanity gets to a point where we're able to figure this shit out and have this sustaining amounts of energy, all we would need to do is find a really young star, right? You look at like the Pillars of Creation Nebula, where they've got a bunch of really brand new stars that are just forming. And you find a star like our sun that's just a few million years old. And that's where you build your civilization, because that star has 10 billion years left to burn. That's a long time to grow and develop your society, your civilization around a really young main sequence star. Whereas if you're doing it like around this O-type star, well, the problem with these are they're short-lived. They burn bright, they're big, but they don't live very long. 50, 60 million years. And then they blow up. And you really don't want to build a Dyson Sphere around a star that's going to explode. That's probably a bad idea. Or you just recycle it and you just tear it all down or something. I don't know how you would do. But think about like a civilization built around a star that's brand new. That's just a few million years old. It's just finally sort of settled down a bit. Because our sun took, many millions of years to actually settle down. But yeah, a civilization that could basically find a young star like that could very easily last a very long time, billions of years, assuming they don't kill themselves.
Yeah. It looks like our solar sail production has been keeping up.
Yeah, it's been pretty steady.
That's really going to be our bottleneck here for building the sphere, because the rockets will end much sooner. Obviously, that depends on how you design your Dyson Sphere. You can make it so that it just has an obscene number of nodes and not much of the like sail portions.
Yeah, I know Neil's built one. Somebody designed it for him. It had his logo on it and everything.
Nice.
I'm not cool enough of a channel for people to do that for me, but yeah, it was max size, like maximum nodes, and I think it was like 1 terawatt
Oof.
of power once it was finished. Like an insanely large Dyson Sphere. But it was just this generic ball, right? It was just this ball around it. It wasn't a design.
Which, yeah, if you want raw power, that's the way to go, but you also want to make it look cool, because otherwise, what's the point? Sorry, I think I interrupted you there.
That's okay. All right.
Yeah, I think I made a couple of neat looking Dyson spheres, but yeah, I guess we're saying the same thing we did like 10 minutes ago, but it's tough. It's a lot of work.
Yeah, I made one that looked like my logo for my channel, and yeah, that took a good 2 hours to sort all that out.
Yep. I can imagine trying to integrate a logo would be even a tier above.
All right. I've got 2 ILSs now requesting solar sails because we're just not able to deliver them fast enough for one.
Oh man.
Even at 20,000. We're making them. I think we're making them fast enough, but all right. How are we doing?
And that's with the limitation that the sail or the ejectors can't even fire part of the day. It's like about half of them are disabled.
Well, the structure side of things is over half done.
Nice.
Alright, I need to go to the black hole. It looks like
Needs to be tended to.
yeah, I mean, it looks like it might have been completely overrun. "51 light years."
Mind if I readjust this a little bit so that we use splitters? Because if you feed one into the other, you it doesn't necessarily send out as many vessels.
I mean, go for it. I just sort of
Okay.
plopped it in there.
Probably a little bit OCD for to to try and min max it like that, but I also don't have much that I'm working on at the moment, so. Looks of it, you could maybe even do another logistics request for this.
Yeah, this whole thing up here is broken.
Oof.
That's why we haven't been farming anything. Okay. For reasons unknown, the demand for Babs did not take.
No.
I don't know why. Oh, no, there it goes. Plus 100, okay. And I don't have any more of those. I don't wanna power this up yet. Because we're getting missiles in. Okay, now
Just thought of a new subject to talk about. Probably. But now a good time?
just give me a minute. It's very, very loud
Fair enough.
where I am right now. I don't have any more, yeah.
Need me to pop out there to... keep
Well,
the
I'm just waiting for these damn things to arrive. Like, it's just taking forever. There we go. Now we're building some things and stuff. Now we just need the Babs to arrive. Come on. There we go. Now we're cooking with gas. Woo! Man, they still can take these things out. It's crazy.
Yeah. Do you think taking out some of the closer bases would help?
I don't know about taking them out, but I can beat them back a little bit.
Is true.
That way they're not going to be aggroed so much. And the other thing I could do increase just to increase the hit points. That way we have more to work with here.
Is a good plan.
Okay. We really ran out of... Wow. Okay.
Alright, it looks like it can sustain a constant stream of sales now. These two.
Sweet. That'll go very, very fast.
Yeah. Now I wonder what to do with them.
Alright, we should be producing quite a lot of the fuel now.
Excellent.
Which system are you in?
The one with the newest sphere.
Okay.
Slime.
Uh-oh. We're actually backstuffed on something here. Energy shards. We need to expand energy shard storage.
Alright, I'll go to planet. Just add more crates in?
For now, and then because energy shards are used in crafting of the things, so we can tail in the face, good gourd. Your butt stinks, Scout. Your butt stinks.
I mean, it would be a little disturbing if it didn't.
Well, what's disturbing is just shoving it in my face and being like, hey.
Yeah.
Don't rub on my coffee mug. See. That can tip over and cause a mint. Here, it can. And now I'm covered in cat hair. It's getting a little warm in here. I should turn on my AC unit.
Yeah, we've actually been having warm weather recently.
Are you going to lay down or are you just going to wander back and forth in my lap?
Alright, landing on the home planet here pretty soon, so... Oh yeah, it's already loading for you, I bet.
Yep. Ooh, it's a good freeze frame.
Well, good. Find those crates that set up. Not that you placed them in that area, I just...
Holy Moses, there's a lot of...
Put 3 more crates on that one. Should I...
I'd say expand them all.
Okay. Oh, that one's cool magnets, but what harm? Now the logistics distributors, are they supposed to be sent to distribute to other distributors? Because they weren't checked. That wasn't checked on these.
I probably didn't didn't finish that system. I wasn't sure how we were going to use them.
Oh, okay.
Because distributing it with fidget spinners is really not ideal because each craft takes like 30 shards.
Yeah.
Which is pretty crazy as far as like fidget spinner throughput goes.
Glad there's a shortcut key for adding the spinners. Oh, okay. It looks like if one is requesting them, that one handles the request. Oh, as long as I'm here, I better stock.
Why are we not getting any more fuel? That's concerning.
So that one uses the yellow things that we're getting?
Yeah.
Do you remember approximately where that setup is?
It's up by the antimatter capsules. North of the bus, right at the end.
Ah, excellent. There they are. Alright, they're coming through. Is it just...
It's just slow.
Yeah, it's just a slow craft. Should I expand upon it, you think?
I'm gonna make my way back there in a second.
Okay.
This is relatively stable now. Well, except for that giant attack force. Jesus. God. Okay. What exactly do you want? Huh? We've done this a few hundred times. We still haven't learned. It's crazy how constant this is.
Yeah.
Okay. And there she goes.
Lost your lap warmer?
Yeah. But I've got a fresh supply of cat hair all over my face, so at least there's that.
Ah, yeah, you get something out of the deal. There we are. I think I need a few more babs. Oh, is now a good time for that discussion topic?
Sure.
So yeah, we're talking about innovations basically, and it made me think of something. What kind of innovations do you think we can expect when we do colonize Mars, assuming that it's an inevitability?
When we colonize Mars,
Yeah.
innovations that we don't have yet, like anything related to the habitability of something, like the long-term habitability. So like recycling water, recycling oxygen, but a lot of that stuff is already done on the ISS. Like the water recycling, like the astronauts have a saying, today's coffee is tomorrow's coffee. So like those kinds of things, those kinds of innovations, we don't really need on Earth. As far as like right now, we don't need them.
And hopefully we won't.
Yeah, hopefully we won't. So a lot of that is like, as far as like other innovations, I think innovations in robotics and automated construction will probably be had, just based on like launching stuff, because I know we're probably going to launch a metric ton of stuff to the planet before people ever ever go there, and that includes habitats that basically build themselves. So the Webb telescope showed us we can engineer stuff, because the James Webb basically unfolded in itself to build, like, to be functional. So, but that's 10 years, no, 30 years. That was maybe a little less, like 25 years and 10,000 people to make that happen.
Yeah.
So I think going forward, it's going to be, the innovations are going to be, it's going to take less time to do the same job. We're going to basically standardize a lot of that stuff and be able to figure that out on how to do stuff like that. And
we may need another constructor for BAMs. I just upgraded him. It was still using an orange assembler.
Well, here's the next assembler.
Fair enough.
But innovations in terms of, like, there might be some, we might be able to push material science a little bit. Maybe we'll be able to do that. Not guaranteed by any stretch. Quantum chips I need down here.
Oh, and innovations might not even be the right word. Just revelations, maybe, or technological advancements would be a better word. Because I can foresee not necessarily the probability, but the possibility of advances is in, say, seismology. You know, because basically our experience for um, seismology is limited to one planet, which is, of course, the one we're on, Earth. Having a second one to compare to, maybe we'll find some things out.
I mean, seismology has already come a crazy long way. We can already map underground structures, like deep underground structures, based on seismic analysis. So more of that is definitely possible. But Mars, as far as like seismic things in Mars, it's not a very active planet.
No.
There can be things. I mean, it definitely has the potential for discovery of things. But I think in the end, what we will probably discover by having a colony on Mars before anything is life. The fact that Mars once held life. I think that is by far has the most potential to kind of revolutionize humanity. Just showing that, yes, you know, life was once on Mars. It's, you know, it is possible for that stuff to do, for it to exist on other planets. Not only possible, but probable.
Yeah. And who knows what kind of revelations that will give us. I mean, will the life that existed there follow the same blueprint as our own, or will it diverge? And what can we determine if it's, you know, especially if it's different? What new insights will that give us? Will DNA be the same even?
I mean, yeah, those are all big questions. Whether or not we're going to be able to figure them out is another story, because the life we find is going to be very, very old, very ancient, and probably not well preserved. So we might find specks of the remnants of life in rock, but it'll be single cell, if that, and very, very, you know, we're not going to be able to look at the DNA of that life. It's just, it's just not going to be preserved for that long.
The usefulness of those findings may not reveal themselves for several lifetimes, if at all.
Yeah, like it's.
Another possibility I can think of is plant life, agriculture, because
farming. There could definitely be some
super potatoes, definitely.
You know, some innovations regarding hydroponics and farming. Definitely possible. Okay, so these two need two vastly different things, which I'm tempted just to fidget spinner these. The shards were large numbers, 30 at a time. These other ones are 10 at a time, so not nearly as. These are those, so that's going to be those.
And one of the big reasons why I brought this topic up is that, you know, we never know where innovations will come from, and one of the instances that stands out heavily in my mind is Chernobyl has actually granted us some innovations. What was it, the fungus that absorbs radiation, which technically not an innovation, but something new. Which has great potential, and it's good to see something as tragic as that to actually bear fruit. At least we got something out of the deal, not just pain and suffering. Not saying it's necessarily even worth the pain and suffering, but
I mean, radiation in general is not the end of the world. I mean, we're surrounded with radiation as is. Like even standing outside on a sunny day bathes you in radiation. So the little bit of radiation that Chernobyl released, yeah, it's an accidental laboratory on what the long-term impacts of stuff like that are. Not, we didn't want to do that on purpose, but it's an accidental, like, hey, like what happens when you irradiate that? Earthworms are on average a little bit bigger than they are everywhere else. Like there's a lot of plant and animal life around that's, it's adapting. Yep. I'm sure that the long-term impacts of something like that would be life forms that would be more resistant to like cancer. That's the DNA, the cells themselves. And now I'm talking about really long-term, like 10,000 years. That life would evolve a natural defense against cancer because it would be so prevalent in an irradiated area like that it would just naturally, the life forms would naturally adapt a defense mechanism to it. And once that happens, then we just learn like what that is. Like, holy cow. So stuff like that could really go a long ways in impacting like our knowledge of medicine and on stuff like that. But it would take a very, very long time.
Yeah.
And look at that. We've got
another... Oh, go ahead.
We've got top tier things and stuff.
Excellent. Just thought of another potential, not necessarily revelation or innovation or whatever you want to say, but we might find things out related to gravity on Mars, because Mars is what is it, 0.71 geometrical unit or gravitational units compared to Earth.
I don't anticipate that, because we could have studied the moon. I mean, the moon is 0.1 gravity compared to Earth. So yeah. I'm not anticipating much of anything as far as like gravity goes. My theory of gravity is different than I've sort of developed a theory of gravity as a consequence of something, not as a force in and of itself. Now my own little theories. I'm not a mathematician. I can't sit down and develop equations to define what I think about the universe and what it is. But to get technical for a second, my theory is, so the progression was Newton figured out with calculus like how to define stable orbits around mass, right? And it helped define how to calculate orbits. And so he was the first one to define sort of gravity as a force. And then Einstein, a couple hundred years later, comes in and says, okay, gravity is actually the bending of space-time And the classic example is you have a sheet, a flat sheet, and you put a weight in the middle of it. The sheet bends down, and that's your gravity well, right? And that redefined gravity in terms of like bending of space. And he defined basically the space as space-time. And so I sort of took that a step further and said, space is time. When we look out and we look at stars and planets and galaxies, this distance between us wouldn't exist without time. Because without time, the universe is flat. And so I started thinking about, like, what the universe looks like to a photon. So a photon is traveling at the speed of light. And when you travel at the speed of light, time stops for you. So a photon cruising through space doesn't actually feel the effects of time. So what does it look like? It's flat. And that made me think of like sort of there's a lot of layers to this, but it's sort of like when I look at like Star Trek, one of the concepts from old Star Trek was the Q. And the Q was an essentially a species of creature that existed outside of time. Right? Sort of like a god, if you want to go biblical with it. So a species that exists outside of time, what would the universe be like for them? It's a very bizarre, when you start thinking of all of the ramifications of time. When you travel, like if we're traveling to the moon, it takes like 3 days for us to get to the moon. But if we were a species that could exist outside of time, it would take us 0 time to get to the moon because we could just basically teleport there. There would be no travel time. So that made me start thinking of space, the distance between things, not in terms of how many miles or light years, but in terms of how much time that it takes to get somewhere. Mainly light. And if light exists without time, then, that folds in on itself and says, well, the universe then, the Big Bang, if you want to go way back, the Big Bang did not create space. The Big Bang created time. And time marches ever forward. There is no mechanism that exists in nature that reverses time. Even though the modern equations, when you do the equations of relativity, the equations can go backwards. But nature doesn't do that. Nature goes ever forward. A black hole only ever stops time. It does not reverse it. So for me, space is time. It is all regarding time. When we're looking out into the universe, we're looking at a snapshot in time from our perspective. If we were on a planet on the most distant galaxy that we can see, and we were looking up at the stars, our stars would look different, but we would be getting a similar snapshot. We would be getting the snapshot in time. So that is like, I wish I could develop equations, because my mindset, and this is something that you can think of, Oz, and for some reason we have a planet out there that's missing 1,200 solar panels. Why is that?
Because I didn't have that many on me.
Oh, okay. So the speed of light is said to be it's constant. It's unmovable. It is always the speed of light. But I think there's an exception to it. And you can either explain it by the bending of space or by the fact that the speed of light is increasing. the event horizon of a black hole exists where the pull of gravity equals the speed of light. Okay, that is the event horizon, a infinitely thin border where gravity goes right over the tipping point. But if gravity increases with the square of the distance you go towards the singularity inside, then if the very outer edge equals the speed of light, then what is halfway to the singularity? If gravity is increasing as you get closer to it, that means if you cover half the distance, the pull of gravity is 4 times the speed of light, right? So the speed of light is 4x what it would be at that border. And then you get these supermassive black holes, the ones that we have photographed. The event horizon is out so far that it's an unfathomably large volume of space. Basically, the M80 black hole that we imaged in the distant galaxy, you could fit 3 of our solar systems inside the event horizon. From the sun to Pluto, 3 times within the event horizon. That is a volume of space that is unfathomably large, all contained within one single black hole that's like 60 billion solar masses. You can better believe that the internal dynamics of gravity is stretching space so fast that it is essentially making it's almost making the speed of light infinite inside of there. So my thought of gravity is actually not the bending of space-time, but actually the absorption of time itself. And the greater the mass, the faster it absorbs time. Sort of like a sponge floating out into space. This mass is absorbing this weird, intangible thing that we have in the universe. It is the 4th dimension that we can't comprehend because we exist in 3 dimensions. And the absorption of time itself is where we get the insane, weird behavior of everything. But yeah, that's kind of my ramblings of how the universe works. It's a very but yeah, absorption of time is actually what we think of as gravity. Which is why time slows down as you get towards the mass, because it's actually absorbing the time. And the smaller you get, the less prone you are to the ebb and flow of time, which is why quantum mechanics is so bizarre. The very, very small exists sort of outside of our realm of time. That's where you get quantum tunneling. That's where you get some of the bizarre things. Is time itself doesn't apply its force to the very, very small. Anyway, it's a
back a subject. The whole gravity thing. Mostly, what I think that our innovations will come from is things such as long-term exposure to X. So, in all actuality, especially for medical, I could see us having some revelations due differential gravity. And yeah, we do have some in zero gravity, which is the ISS. But even that isn't necessarily long term.
I mean, there's definitely been innovations in medicine regarding zero gravity and some of the experiments on the ISS. There's definitely something there in terms of like material science in zero G. What kind of weird effects? Well, we would need a much bigger factory in space to take advantage of that. Little bitty experiments on the ISS, which, you know, the ISS's days are actually numbered. Like, they're looking at getting rid or retiring the ISS, which is a crazy prospect. Okay.
Because it's such an achievement, you know, why abandon it? But I imagine the upkeep is probably getting pretty massive.
Well, I mean, it's also getting pretty old, and yeah, you don't want to be in an old an old thing that you know, kind of is needed to sustain your life. You know, you don't want it to age out, basically.
You don't want it's a fixer-upper, but it's still functional.
Yeah. It works most of the time. Like, yeah. Wow, this is...
Explosive decompression's rare.
Yeah, and you definitely don't want Boeing to build the next one, because that would be bad.
Ooh. Yeah, hopefully there will be a next one. Or, well, I mean, I guess it just depends. Have we discovered everything that we need to? I don't think so, but...
I mean, discovered... I don't know if we're ever going to run out of stuff to discover.
Yeah,
but,
exactly.
You know, a lot of the things... When I watched that special on the James Webb... You know, that thing is 1 million miles away from Earth. It is literally 4 times the distance of the moon. And they kept saying, like, if something goes wrong, we can't go up and service it. That you know, the mission would be over because we can't go up there. And I remember sitting in my chair watching this going, that's a really interesting thing for them to say.
Yeah.
Because it's like, if we put our mind to it, we could absolutely go up and visit that spot. We could engineer it. Like, when I look at, like, sci-fi, like the show The Expanse, and I see the ships and I see the tech, there are certain things that the tech does that we don't have yet. But The Expanse, for all of its science fiction, was really based in reality. And really the biggest thing that they did to basically make it fiction was to make the engines of the ships incredibly efficient. Basically the fusion reactors for all these ships in that world were all very, very fuel efficient and very, like, just perfect. And that's where a lot of the fiction in the science comes from. Ooh, wow. I ran out of antimatter? Holy Nikes. So yeah, the engines were kind of the main area of fiction for those. Other than that, a lot of it was pretty rooted in reality, I have to say. Which is it's pretty amazing.
That actually reminds me of Battlestar Galactica. I don't know if you got into that series, the newer one.
I mean, I watched. I didn't watch it in terms of like every episode. I caught episodes here and there. Didn't really know what the hell was going on most of the time.
Yeah, you got to keep up on that one.
But you know, I liked Katie Sackhoff. I was like, that was nice. But and I mean, I generally knew the story. Generally knew like what was going on. The big bad and the humans were battling and blah, blah, like I kind of understood
Yeah.
what was going on. But yeah, I never really got into it that much. My main sci-fi show that I really didn't miss an episode was Voyager, Star Trek Voyager.
Yeah. The reason I bring that one up is that one of the main characters comes down with a terminal illness, and they intentionally made it cancer just because it's something we could relate to. They didn't say, "Oh, you have space cancer."
Yeah, Rick and Morty do that.
Exactly.
Space AIDS.
They did. And they wanted, they did that intentionally because they wanted it to be kind of relatable. They didn't want a sci-fi explanation for everything. They wanted it to have a grounded root to it, which is the impression I get of The Expanse, like you were talking about.
Right.
Because yeah, in those kind of shows where everything is space aids, it's or space cancer, I guess was the analogy. I was more referencing that episode of Rick and Morty where
Yeah.
the alien trapped in the basement.
I just loved Rick was like, you just can't put the word space in front of everything and make it sound cool. And he's like, here, give me my space wrench.
Yep.
It's like right after that.
Yep.
Let's see. All right. It would surprise me if well, the farm is... I did turn off energy shards. Let me look at the chests down here, because if this system backs up, it's very, very bad. It's bad news. Okay, so far so good. The Dark Fog Matrix is probably the next one, maybe, possibly, that's gonna fill up. I need to take a bio break. I'll be right back.
Alrighty.
we're back. Um. Where? Oh my god. I doubt I would ever find them.
What are you looking for?
Those when you first research or when you first get them, the what are they called? Traffic monitors.
Oh, yeah.
I was gonna put one of those on.
On those chicken thingies? Right here?
Yeah, I just want to know if these things are let's see, target flow, cycle, right. I don't know how to set this up. Maybe you can play with it, but
sure.
What I was going for is when the belt is full and not moving, meaning the chests are full and there's no more room. So if it's flowing, it's fine. But if the belt is full and it's not flowing, meaning the things are backed up, we want to be able to turn off the
drops.
The drops from the from the Duvalakis. Okay, and then you go check the neutron star because I've been getting a whole lot of notifications regarding the neutron star, and I never cleared out the hives from the neutron star. So let's look at more damage. Do another one of these. Another one of these. And a whole bunch of shields, because reasons.
See, I think the best way to do that would be to have a high sample size. And high flow rate?
Well, the flow rate would have to be 0, because we wouldn't... You can just put it on a belt. I mean, to test it, I would just kind of put one off on a belt and test to see when the belt is moving to when it's not moving and full, like what are the different values that it has. So as far as like vintage engineering goes, I was actually kind of surprised I got the mixer working like at all. That was the one machine that I've been dreading since I started implementing machines, one after another, almost one a week before I got sick anyway. I was putting off God, stop warping. I can't turn fast enough. Oh wow, there's actually land on the planet. Thank you. Jesus. What the hell? Did I not? No, I bet you I didn't. I bet you I didn't set this to kill the,
Okay, I'm gonna do something kind of hokey here.
Ooh.
In part because I'm just not sure how else to do it. So yeah, we should be getting a warning. Yeah, there you go. You're getting a warning. But it's because I haven't finished setting it up. So I'm gonna actually output the items from here. There we go. So I'm creating a circle. Let me pull some out of there. So then I'm going to put them into the logistics system, and now that... No, that won't give me a good test. Badass. I have to simulate no more coming in, so I'm going to remove the pile sorter. And now the count is going down, and pretty soon here we should get a warning. There we go, there it is. Okay. Yeah, so I do want to monitor and have a flow not equal to 0, but I'm making it so that it recycles the ones from the crate. So once it's full, it'll stop picking them up, which will stop putting them down, which will stop the flow. Did that make sense?
Sure.
Okay. Come take a peek at it when you feel like it, if you feel like it. That, or you could just be insane and trust me.
I mean, if it does what I want, it does what we need it to do, then that's all I care about, really. However that is handled.
I'm pretty sure it'll work. Do we want to have any other monitors?
We want one on all the other ones.
Oh, all of them. Okay.
Yeah, all of those need a monitor. The shards are being used right now. I already turned off the dropping of the shards because we were getting more of those than anything else. God, there were a lot of relays on this planet.
Yeah?
There's like 15 different relay holes on the planet. Brand new relay holes.
Oof.
And the bases weren't allowed to build, but yeah. I was trying to starve all the hives here for material, but okay. I think that's most of them.
Going to simulate a failure on the shards. Simulated a failure on those, so that one works.
So just to verify, you're checking to make sure the belt is full but not moving.
Yes.
Okay. That's
when we'll get prompted, yes.
Oh man, there's a lot of hives here.
Now we may also want to, I mean, for the high throughput items, we might want to set up one that checks to make sure, you know, once we disable the output of one, or the drop of one of them, we might want to do the reverse and make sure that we actually get some as well.
Yeah, just see if the chest's actually empty. I honestly doubt we're gonna play long enough to empty any of those chests, but
Yeah, that would be a pretty high bar, because these are a lot. To chew through this many of them would be a shot. Nope, I didn't apply the right icon to those. Now I could set up voice alerts for these as well. Does that...
no, I don't think we need a voice alert.
Okay.
Icon is probably fine.
Do you see a day that we'll ever use up all the core elements?
What do you mean?
The yellow drops. I'm out of monitors. I can make some more. I suppose I better, just to make sure.
Yeah, I mean, the core ones, we're not really using them very fast because, yeah, we ran out of freaking antimatter, which is weird. I didn't even think we would run out of antimatter.
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
Aki mushrooms?
Oh. No.
Oh, and that gave me an error.
Oh, shit. Fly away! Fly away!
Let me know when it's a good time to rejoin.
Jesus, I'm honestly astounded I survived that. I came out of warp like right next to the hive.
Oof.
like right next to the hive, and I was like, oh shit. That was bad. That was really bad.
Stream just caught up to that. Oof.
Wow. So
run away.
I'm seeing the hive here. Why is this? I'm still seeing that the hive exists. Why is that? It should not exist.
I'm really happy about the way they integrated dark fog. Because yeah, I know you were concerned about it too, about it having, relevance and not being just an annoyance.
Yeah, they did a good job. It could have been way worse.
Yeah.
And yeah, I think they did a pretty good job.
Kind of like the biters after playing 2,000 hours of Factorio. I mean, when you played less than that, it's nice. It keeps you going, and hopefully we'll play at least one game with enemies enabled when the expansion.
Oh sure.
DLC.
Because I'm getting the distinct impression that they did something to the biters for the other planets that we visit, because they're specifically not showing. They're showing the turret. They're showing some of that stuff, but I think they specifically, even in the last one, well, the one with the turret, they specifically they kind of avoided the topic of possible biter or possible enemy changes, and
And that they like doing that when they have something in mind.
Yeah, when they have something they know the community is going to kind of go crazy for. Definitely definitely possible. Whether it's flying biters, whether it's burrowing underground biters, like a la like tremors.
I'm wondering if they're gonna go kind of all out and make it so that each planet has its own, not necessarily enemy, but well, obviously each of them's gonna have its own challenge, but
Sure.
one of them might have no enemies, but just the environment's going to be the challenge. Whereas, hopefully the standard is that most of the planets will have something to fight.
Yeah, it looks like they're certainly doing, like, each planet has some sort of shtick with it, right? So you've got the volcanic planet, and you've got the electrified planet. There's probably going to be a frost planet. Like, it would not surprise me if they had some sort of unique sort of biter for each of the planets. It would actually surprise me if they didn't.
And then, like, the final planet is all of them combined.
Right, like but yeah, yesterday's Friday facts were all about the asteroids and this custom tech they included at that, which is fine. I mean, not the most interesting thing in the world, and it's...
Yeah. It is, while we were talking about this, I kind of thought of something that's a little surprising how well that company is able to keep the hype train going. Most companies when they get the hype train moving, yeah, everybody peters out after a month or two. Most companies have to time it get that going a couple months, get people excited so that they can get that big sale. But Woob, they announced, what was it now, 9 months ago, that about the DLC, and they've been releasing the Friday facts every week. And
well, everybody knew that they were working on it because they announced a couple of years ago that they were working on it, but they were going to be radio silent, and it was 9 months ago that they came out and said we have more things that are finalized. We can now actually release some information because we've decided on some of this stuff.
Right.
And yeah, when you have a game that is as good as Factorio, when you talk about like keeping that hype train going, that is the difference between Factorio and any other game, right? Like, because Factorio, the base game is infinitely playable and infinitely moddable, and then you add on an expansion pack that's going to add even more features, right? And the fact that one of the most popular mods, space exploration, the guy was hired by, like, the number of things that this company did right in terms of like decisions for the game, it can't be overstated that this company knows what the hell they're doing. And people trust the game itself. They trust the company just because they have a proven track record of helping people and fixing bugs. I mean, I was astonished several years ago when we started playing a certain mod pack. I had built this mod pack. It was back in the days when I still had biters dropping the little alien bead things. And, we were playing this thing, and the autosaves were insane. They took insane amounts of time, and we had just started. And I was like, why are the autosaves taking so long? We had just barely started on the server, and the autosaves were taking like 30 seconds. And I was like, I have no idea why this is happening. And so I basically posted the save game on Twitter and added the company, Woob, you know, and I basically asked, like, why are my autosaves taking so long? And I literally got a response back within a few hours. It was like, it's this mod and this is the reason. And it was like no other company that I had ever experienced in my many years of modding. No other company actually would have taken the time to look to see what mod was causing the problem. And Woob did it, and
yeah,
they narrowed it down to it in the exact mod that was causing the problem. And in my opinion, like that is gold to me. Like that is like, it's so unprecedented that a company would actually support its game even with mods.
Yeah, very rare.
So it's like, yeah, they got my vote like right then and there. Like, you actually answered my question, and I removed what the mod was doing. It was the mod that tried to auto collect the
alien
spheres. And so what it actually did was it created like 450,000 like tiles around your base to auto collect the ore. Like, I don't know what the hell the mod author was thinking when they made that mod. But yeah, it was because every time it saved, it generated like 450,000 empty tables to the save game.
Oof.
Which was crazy for a mod to do that. And yeah, that's what I removed that mod and fixed the problem. Instantly fixed the problem. So yeah, crazy support. And so yeah, the company itself is just that good. And that helpful. All right, the neutron star has officially...
Is now a good time to rejoin?
Yeah.
Okay. Spy 0003 said that it would be nice if it went on sale sometime. Honestly, I have a different perspective on that. I actually respect the company for not putting it on sale because, you know, so often I'll add something to my list because I want to wait for it to go on sale. Knowing that the Factorio never goes on sale, I'm just like, oh, well, then I don't need to wait to buy it. I can just get it now. So yeah, I mean, I like saving money, don't get me wrong, but at the same time, I also like the knowledge that I can just get it and not lose money.
Yeah, assuming sales are the better value means the actual price of the game is irrelevant. And with Factorio, what you're actually getting is thousands of hours worth of entertainment. Thousands. With modding and everything, like the value, if it's not worth, in your mind, if it's not worth $30 or whatever it is, like what, is it 30 or 45, like whatever it is, think of the value you're getting out of that compared to all other forms of entertainment, right? And if it's still not worth it to you, then it's not the game for you. If you can't see the value of Factorio by now, with all of the content and all of the people and all of the coverage, then it's probably not your kind of game. If you don't think that you're going to play that game for 1,000 hours, like, then move on, and it's just not the game for you. But knowing that that game is many thousands of hours of entertainment is the best value you can get for your money, sale or not. And I respect the devs for not ever going on the sale.
Because I think what has happened is that comment kind of points it out. It diminishes the value of every other product when all you need to do is wait for one of the many Steam sales that kick on. Why ever buy a game that's not on sale? Like, why? Like, there's no reason. There's always going to be a sale around the corner. And the craziest thing is, when games first debut, they go on sale. I bought Manor Lords, because Manor Lords just debuted, and it was like 10% off. It's like, that's insane to me. That's insane. You debut a product and you immediately put it on sale? Why not just put it out there for that sale price permanently? If you're willing to sell the first 1 million copies at the sale price, then obviously the regular price doesn't mean anything to you. So why even have a regular price? Why not just output it as, here's the price, and it's not on sale? Psychologically, people see that sale, and it manipulates them. Just seeing that sale. The term is called reciprocity. And reciprocity is used by like used car salesmen when you're negotiating or when you're talking about a product and they say, well, let me take 10% off the price. Reciprocity means that you have a feeling of obligation now to reciprocate and buy that product because they lowered the price. And that's all that sales do, is give you that, like, ooh, I'm going to save a little money. Now I have to buy it. Right? I mean, I have talked to people, and you might be one of them, Spy, that have hundreds of games in their Steam collection, the vast majority of which they've never actually played. And why do they have all those games? Sales. They see it on sale and they have to buy it. It's like, no. Like, don't do that. Look at what games you're actually going to play. Look at what games you actually enjoy and buy those. And buy them for the full price to give the developers a little extra money in their pocket. Because that's what actually gets games updated and longevity, is when you actually show the developers, hey, I'm supporting you. So yeah, I have certain ideas about how the world works and how the game industry works, and I definitely have criticisms, like we all do, but like in the end, oh, come on. It's so hard to click on a planet when it's part of a gas giant. God, go away. You know, when it comes to like modding and it comes to like a lot of that stuff, you know, I can guarantee you that Minecraft modding would have died a long time ago if they wouldn't have figured out a way to monetize it.
Yeah.
But those big mods, I mean, they're getting money every month from the traffic, from the downloads, because the ads that play on that site, the Curse Forge, you know, that was the game changer for Minecraft modding. When you are able, wow, look at that, the ships are already done. Yeah, the fact that Minecraft modders are getting paid, and you know, not a lot of people know that. Not a lot of people. It's not common knowledge. But yeah, it's pretty amazing that these people are actually getting a little bit of money. Now, how they distribute that amongst the team of people, I have no idea. But you try to get a Minecraft modder to port their mod, because I actually reached out and I tried to get a mod author of the Thermal series to port their mods to Vintage Story, and they immediately asked for money. They were like, it's going to cost you a lot of money to get it done. Because yeah, they're making a little bit of money off of their mod. Now it's not direct, it's not people actually paying them, but you know, they are putting up with ads and stuff on Curse. Okay, well, let's see. How can we speed up this process? Because, yeah, I don't know if there is a better way to do this. And how many...
All the warnings should be set now, so you can start paying attention to those.
Sweet.
The super fuel, those are actually getting slowed down by the flow of antimatter coming in.
Ooh, they're getting slow. They're because it's not enough.
Yeah, that's our bottleneck, is the antimatter coming in. Which is a little shocking.
And it is...
But we are producing more than we're using of the yellow fuel rods. So it might be a moot point. But then again, if we have high demand for them suddenly, it would suck to run out. Should I travel to the new Dyson Sphere and see if there's any bottlenecks in the antimatter flow?
There was, and I just upgraded. The main bottleneck, you might want to check. The main bottleneck here is going to be hydrogen backing up. By far the most problematic thing.
I'll check Elfric again. I know I had done some to address that one, but it may need attention again.
All right.
Oh, by the way, I checked and it's $35 for Factorio.
$35 for Factorio is worth it, worth every penny.
Yeah, I clock in over 5,000 hours.
Yeah, like it's an amazing value for the money, and the expansion pack, they're gonna sell so many copies of that. with whatever it's like I don't care at this point. I don't care how much it is. It's gonna be worth it, 100%. And not just because I'm going to be able to make content with it. I mean, there's going to be literally thousands of YouTube channels that are going to cover it when it comes out. So there's no way I can compete with that. But just the pure enjoyment of using the expansion and all the stuff that they're going to add, and like, it's just going to be worth it. And I don't... It would actually be surprising to me to hear of a Factorio player who doesn't get the expansion. That would be weird.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, there is a little bit of bottlenecking going on here. Not much though. I just see...
You're on Alfkirk?
Yep.
Yeah, I mean the hydrogen is flowing in here, so it is flowing, but it is not emptying very fast. This is a huge, huge problem.
Interesting. Some of these machines have a backlog of actual antimatter in them.
What you want to do with those is do an upgrade. Do upgrade area and upgrade all of the inserters.
Yeah.
To be pile inserters. Yeah, as far as photon generation, oh, I forgot to grab more ray receivers when I was back home.
Oh man, I had forgotten about that. I actually built a storage stack or depot stack, and it is completely full. The tier 2 depots stacked to the maximum, full of the photons.
Sweet. Yeah, the photons here, I mean, we are definitely producing more power than we're consuming. I could maybe get some more on here. I just don't have any more ray receiver. I forgot to grab ray receivers. I could try to maybe do another area around to see if I could fit some more in there, because each one is 1.2 gigawatts, and we're at 83, and we're only using 53. So I've got 20. I could put like 15 more ray receivers down and it would be fine. How much power is the finished Dyson Sphere in that system making? Should be like
1 sec.
It's like 85 gigawatts maybe. I don't think it's 90.
91.
91, okay. How much is that as a swarm?
None. The swarm has depleted.
Oh, the swarm, okay. Swarm is expired, okay.
Oof. Oh, the dark fog is actually taking a little bit off of here. Of course, you know, we're at 100% sufficiency, so it's not like necessarily matters, but...
Oh, the dark fog recolonized that system?
Yep. Yeah, they've got a couple of hives here. Is it just one?
How could they? Little bastards.
Oh, there's a couple of seeds and one hive. So the seeds, I assume, will be turning into a hive?
The seeds, yes, turn into space hives.
Okay.
But you can kill the seeds if you intercept them on the way. You can kill the seed. Okay, well, oh yeah, hydrogen backed up again. Okay, so
Yeah, hydrogen is always such a massive problem in this game.
yeah, it's the one thing you can't get rid of easily.
Let's see. If I remember correctly, the Casimir crystals are in this system, right?
Jesus, I don't know. We did those so long ago.
The Casimir crystals is where you really get rid of them. That's like one of the biggest things. I mean, after deuterium.
Yeah, Casimir crystals. Yeah, 12 hydrogen per is a pretty decent. But the Casimir crystals, like what those actually go into, I don't think we're consuming very much right now. I mean, yeah, they go into plane filters, which go into quantum processors, but
yeah, but
we're not really.
We're building.
Yeah, we're not using a lot of quantum processors, right?
Yeah, so I guess maybe my time's better spent working on the deuterium mine. But then again, what can we do about it at the same time? Isn't this the planet? Oh, looks like this is not the right planet. Could have swore it was Elfric 3. As long as I'm in the system, I better check the other 2 planets. Oh, I didn't check Elfric Prime. Because I jumped straight to the second one, knowing that that's where the launchers were.
Oh, come back, planet. No. Whoa.
Oh, we don't even have a presence on Elfric 1. And it's getting overtaken again.
Whoa.
I was landing on a planet. Is that what?
No, I just whizzed right by a planet I was trying to fly to.
Oh,
No, stop. No, I want to hit tab. Not. There we go.
all right. I'll see if I can take out this hive. Oh, and the other 2 seeds have now turned into hives. Hives. Hide. Ugh. Words.
I'm building all these solar panels that were missing.
Yeah, sorry. Oh man, that's a lot of indicators. It doesn't give as many indicators for me when I'm building those. I assume because of
Well, yeah, if you're
all the syncing that needs to go on, or would need to go on.
I have them enabled. You have to click them on the top of the screen to actually enable the indicators.
Ah, okay. this might not come as a shock to you, but I actually had a recent itch for one of those. I guess I can call it a classic game, Assembly Planter. Like popped into into my mind, and I'm like, ooh, I should play that again.
Yeah. I had a similar thought that I had, made me feel a little dirty, but a very similar thought regarding Fortress Craft.
Yeah.
And I felt so dirty after after I thought of it, because the game is, for all of its faults, it does certain things very well that no other game does as well.
Yeah, there's certain aspects of it that no ideological successor has arisen. It doesn't
Right.
It doesn't have a competitor for those certain.
And the main draw of Fortress Craft is depth. Instead of going spreading out in a factory, you go deep with the factory. Like, that's the only game that actually you're able to do that with in large amounts, because of the different layers and the different caves. Like, you have your cold cave, you have your toxic cave. Each one, it has uses. Now it has a magma cave that has no use, but I think he really missed an opportunity, like a major opportunity, with that game. And if he would have kept, if he would have done like another expansion pack, like a toxic or magma cave based expansion pack, I think that would have sold a lot more than whatever the hell he's been working on for the last like 4 or 5 years. Like, I don't know where his mind is at, but it's obviously not in making money, because it's like, I don't know. He hasn't streamed in several months. Like, I don't know what DJ is doing, but the game he worked on between, I don't even know, like Space Trucking or something like that, sold maybe 15 copies. Like, he worked on that for a couple years, right? Crazy. I mean, I wouldn't surprise me if he had to do some contract work to make some money, because what he decided to like work on didn't make any sense to me, and the things that he was changing didn't make sense to me. Like, it's like he had the technical skill, but he didn't have the idea skill, the vision. Whereas I have the vision, and I can see like what would work and what wouldn't, but I don't have that level of technical skill to do all of the systems and all of that. Like, I know my limitations, and rendering stuff is definitely a limitation of mine. But yeah, what he was actually deciding on doing. Wow, is it that hot on this planet? I'm seeing like heat waves.
Huh.
I don't see any sort of.
Yeah, I can definitely understand you having the Fortress Craft itch, because it's
Now that I've
such a
said it,
unique
it's on
feel.
your mind. It's like, oh man, yeah.
Yeah.
If I just wish it was more solid.
Finished.
I just wish that he would have put some more time into fixing the shit that needs to be fixed, because it's a phenomenal game. It just has some major flaws that are hard to overlook after, you know, a playthrough or two. But usually like once every couple years I get like I want to play it again. Okay. Okay. But yeah, there's not that many games that I feel that way. There's just not like Empyrean. I don't like. This is one of the games on the list that we could cover again. Enough has been done, but I don't feel the same like nagging itch on the back of my head like we should play it, because it's like I don't think that much has changed about it. Not enough anyway.
Not in the areas that you would enjoy, I believe, is the biggest part. Because
Yeah.
there's been a lot of changes, just not the right kind of changes. From the
Just
looks of it,
just enough changes to break all of the blueprints that I have in my. Like I just know that none of the ships that we've built before are probably even able to be built now because of all the changes that they've made. But yeah, it's one of those games. It's like it's fine.
There needs to be something more to that game, because yeah, once we get to the point of making a capital ship, you know, we can go out and fly, but the places you can fly to seem so empty. You know, it's the river is a mile wide, but a few feet deep.
Well, and yeah, I mean, I understand how difficult it is to do games like that because,
Yeah.
you know, once you've visited a certain POI, visiting it again is like, okay, well, it's the same POI. So either you have a system to randomize the POIs, which in itself is a technical challenge, or you have, you know, 80 different POIs that can generate on a planet. And you know, once we've dealt with a certain POI and we know all the little tricks, doing it again is pretty trivial. And then the POIs respawn. So it's like, okay, well, you know, in that case, it's fine, but I'm gonna take orbital collection off of this other hydrogen. And
your deuterium setup, I'm doing something where I'm having one logistics, or an interplanetary logistics feed into the other, and the one that's feeding from, doesn't have the orbital collector checked.
right. There's a lot of different ways we can manage it, but I'm not worried about running out of hydrogen.
Yeah. Just this way, hopefully it won't.
Oh,
Hopefully we'll be able to dispense with it.
I really wish the proliferation worked on this fuel, because that would be,
Yeah.
that would have been crazy amounts of fuel. All right, how many white space science do I have built up over here?
Oh, this is back a few topics, but you were talking about the goodwill that Factorio has earned. It's kind of ironic that, you know, companies like Disney put that on their books as a valuation. You've mentioned that in the past, that they actually put their, you know, customer goodwill or whatever as an asset when they're
A lot of
value
companies
of
do
the
that.
company.
Yeah, a
Oh, yeah.
lot of companies do that.
It's just in the instance of Disney is that they're highly exaggerating. Well,
Oh yeah, yeah. Much to the chagrin of most people who know about what's going on, even current investors, like Disney is so overvalued right now that the people are really not paying close enough attention to the creative accounting that they're using to hide how bad things are. Like for instance, the absolute devastating flop that was the Indiana Jones movie from last year. Like they spent, it's rumored in excess of $450 million for that movie, and it made a fraction of that worldwide. It did not make its budget back. And definitely if you include its marketing, because marketing budgets are usually pretty high. So it did not make any money at all. It lost obscene amounts of money. And so what they did when it finished its run in the theaters, which was very short because nobody went to see it, is they put it on Disney Plus. And when they did that, Disney Plus paid Disney for the rights to stream it on Disney Plus, and they paid like $90 million. So Disney Plus paid Disney $90 million for the rights to stream that on Disney Plus. But it didn't actually generate any money because it's owned by the same company. But Disney was able to show that income as income. And then Disney Plus shows that deficit, which is one of the reasons why Disney Plus has lost billions of dollars, because it's basically a money laundering system for Disney, where they're able to pay themselves money to stream their own content. It's obscenely insane. And so the creative accounting that you're seeing from Disney is inflating their stock price, and it should not be worth what it's worth. It's trading a little over $100, and it's like there's no way. I mean, Bob Iger came out and said, obviously the content we're making nobody wants, so we're gonna go back to the drawing board basically and rethink some of this content. And that's what he said. But they literally made no changes at all to any of their projects. The same people are in charge of the same projects, and they're burying these IPs. They're burying these massively valuable, or what used to be massively valuable IPs, into obscurity. And Bob Iger is just sitting around going, I don't care. Like he just doesn't care. As long as the investors prop up the value, the company should be trading at about $30, not $100, because the park attendance was down last year, and not just last year, but obviously with COVID it was down a lot. But last year was the first so-called normal year, and the number of shenanigans that people were posting about from Disney parks, people weren't going to Disney parks, not in the same numbers that they had. When you take your young daughter to the princess dress shop inside Disney World, and the person who greets you at the door is a man in a dress with a mustache, that's a problem. That's a big problem to traditionally valued family. They see that and they're like, nah. And that video posted. It was insane. And it's normal. The Disney doesn't see anything wrong with that. And so you have a sort of a clash of values, which is, people are screaming and crying about it, but it's like, it is what it is. Like, the more you fight against it, the more crazy people kind of think of you. But yeah, I mean, I don't want to proselytize too much here. But I think that Disney massively underestimated people's, or overestimated people's tolerance for that kind of BS. All right, let me grab some Ray receivers. Ray, I need a Ray. Who's Ray? Where the hell did I make Ray receivers?
Oh, interesting thing. I didn't notice this when I was watching it, but it was something that stuck out in somebody else I know's mind. Have you seen that new Indiana Jones?
I have not. No, I watched some reviews of it, but I haven't seen it. I haven't even downloaded. Like, I have no interest in that at all.
Yeah, I cannot blame you. I saw it, but
it's so bad.
Eh.
I mean, they literally took the end of Crystal Skull, which people look back at and go, now comparatively is like, it was actually not bad. But at the end of the Crystal Skull, he was getting married to the Marion. He had a son in what's his face. You know, it was like, oh my goodness, like this was good. And then the start of the new one, like getting divorced, son died in Vietnam, like they just obliterated him as a character. And like it was basically trying to set up the woman to take over. Right? That was the whole point of the movie. That is what Disney has done with all of their IP. They have literally replaced all of the male characters with female characters. Across the board, they've done this. So it didn't surprise anybody that they attempted to do this with Indiana Jones. It did not surprise anybody. But it didn't mean that people were going to be okay with it. And yeah, insane for them to do that over and over and over again with all of these IPs. Like people just are tired. They're tired of it. They're tired of it. And rightfully so. Like why try to destroy all of these heroes? Why the need for all of them to go? Why not say, oh, let's generate our own heroes for our own IP? It's like, no, we're just going to take all of the existing heroes and obliterate them one at a time. Iron Man, dead, replaced with what's-her-face, right? And like, now we have a female Black Panther. We have a female Iron Man. We have a female Thor. We have, like, why destroy all these characters? Why not, figure out and use the female heroes that were in comic books? It's because they weren't as popular
or well written. In some cases, they just
right. It's like they rather obliterate existing characters in the grand scheme of trying to make $1, and in the process they're ruining their ability to make dollars in the future. They're just obliterating.
They'd rather destroy than to create.
Yeah, I mean the South Park episode, the Pander Stone. I mean they did such a brilliantly perfect job outlining the insanity of what was going on. And you know, there are a lot of people that said that they didn't go hard enough, like they didn't do enough to point it out. But, you know, it is what it is. You gotta sort of
Oh, but
take your
Indiana
wins.
Jones, I was talking about that.
Yeah.
Oh,
Go ahead.
so in that, he's grabbing his iconic gear. He grabs his hat. He grabs his whip. He does not grab his 38. That is an iconic, classic part of his uniform, and he skips it because that's the new values
Right.
they want to push.
God forbid he has a gun. Like,
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, this the one of the most iconic scenes in Indiana Jones was basically ad-libbed.
Yep.
The scene where I think it's in Temple of Doom, where he confronts that guy who's got that big sword and he just shoots the guy. That scene was originally written where he actually fought the guy. But Harrison Ford was dealing with food poisoning, like a really bad case of food poisoning, because they were on location, and that's what happens. And so he was incredibly sick. And if you watch that scene and you really look at Harrison Ford, it's obvious he was really sick. And so he just basically like looked at the director and was like, "Can I just shoot the guy? Like, I don't want to do this." And they're like, "Yeah, just shoot him." And that's where that scene comes from. And very iconic. But you know, mostly accidental. Like, I just think it was funny. Like, can I just shoot him? Like,
That's sometimes how the best scenes come about, is organically.
Yeah.
Is ad-libbed. Funny point too, or well, not funny, sad more. There was people after the fact asking, more recently anyway, in that situation, that guy was a victim. Like the guy with the sword.
yeah, the guy
He was a victim because Harrison Ford was better equipped. It's like, okay, what if Harrison Ford, actually beat him with the whip or barehanded? Then would he have been the victim because he had a lesser tool?
Yeah, the victim, the current culture of victimization, all that does is gives people excuses not to try to fix their own problem. When you can just point at another group and say it's all their fault. It's their fault that I'm like poor. That just allows you to not work hard and not be poor anymore. When you can just point at a group and be like, it's their fault. And consequently, the flip side to that is, I saw this way back in the late 90s when my sister was growing up. The mentality of everybody gets a trophy. She would be in T-ball, and they'd get done, and they were literally last place. And like, oh wow, I need to re-enable.
Good. That warning works both ways then.
Yeah. So the issue then is like, well, if everybody gets a participation trophy, you can be in last place and you still get a trophy. I saw that. I'm like, this is going to have, like, I couldn't quite nail down what the ramifications were. Because I was still pretty young myself. I was in my 20s. But I knew that there was going to be consequences. And I saw that and went, something is not going to be right with this generation of kids. And sure enough, the sense of entitlement and the sense of like I can do no wrong. It's amazing when you see the current, basically the kids in the current gen, like the current, what is it, Gen Z? No, Gen X.
Yeah, I think so. Gen X is our generation.
Yeah, we're millennials. I think it's millennial. So it's the millennials that from like mid 90s to like 2005 was like the millennial generation. And yeah, that generation is now having kids, and this is the generation that's sterilizing their kids. This is the generation that is doing the most bizarre things. And we're looking at it going, where the hell did they get, like, what is wrong with this generation? And they had no hardships growing up. Like, and so now you've got a whole bunch of people who've never had to work a day in their life complaining about capitalism. And it's like, why are there so many damn communists in this generation? Like, why? What is the cause of that? It doesn't make any sense, because you have all of these people who have come here from these countries and have experienced it firsthand, who have literally saying, you don't want this. You don't want any part of this. And these people are just being flatly ignored. Like,
some of them are just straight up terrified of what's happening, because they see the exact same things that happened to them.
Yeah. The exact same
like,
political climate, the exact same justifications. Yeah. The censorship, like, it's when you look at any individual thing, whether it's individual like a Disney movie, or whether it's this, or whether it's that, individually, they're annoyances. They're like, God, I wish we could actually make movies that are good.
Yeah.
But the consequence of putting them all together and painting the picture of everything together, I think, is the most alarming. And that very few people are actually doing that. Very few people are looking at the big picture. And realizing what path that we're on and the dire consequences that will be had as a result. Okay, so I'm gonna.
And Spy detailed the breakdown of the generations.
Yeah.
And I assume that's birth year.
Yeah, definitely birth year. Gen Alpha. Gen Z. I mean, I knew I was X. And then it was millennial. I thought there was a generation in between X and
yeah, sometimes it's hard to keep straight. And not to mention, especially with guys our age, we look back at something in history and go, oh, that was just a few years ago. And then you look it up and it's like, 20 or 30 years ago. It's like, oh, whoops.
Ugh.
I can't remember if I mentioned it or not, but I saw a post from, I assume from Bethesda. Maybe it was back when they were id, where they show an image of Wolfenstein, if you remember Wolfenstein 3D.
Oh,
and
yeah.
they're like, what I think Wolfenstein was 20 years ago. And then they post another image of a castle 3D, looks pretty nice. And it says what Wolfenstein actually was 20 years ago.
I don't understand the point.
Well,
Wolfenstein was a dead simple. Wolfenstein was not even really 3D.
oh no, it wasn't.
It was groundbreaking, but not as groundbreaking as Doom. Doom was actually a 3D environment. Now everything was sprite based because of hardware and stuff. But yeah, I mean, Doom was the groundbreaking tech.
It was still technically 2D. Because you could not jump over an enemy character. And
Yes, it was like a 2.5D. And when the levels were outlined in 3D.
Yep.
Most of everything inside was all 2D. It was very much like tricks of the camera. You know, and Doom 2 was sort of a little bit of a iteration on that. But yeah, it's pretty amazing how far we've come, how fast.
Yeah.
No, you stupid. God damn it. It just blew all the God damn it. I should have checked that before I dropped in here. All the relay stations on this world are now obliterated.
Oh, no.
They're gonna have to be replaced by the hives, which hopefully won't take long, but god damn it.
Oops.
Alright, this for some reason is stopped. Why is this stopped? This is stopped because of unipolar magnets.
Oh, there's too many of those in the system or something?
Yeah.
Okay. I did not set a warning for that one. I didn't realize that.
Z. This. Let's stop the drop of unipolar magnets.
Past that system.
Yeah, how much storage do we have on that?
That one is the same. I had four crates. You want me to put a couple extra?
Put like 2 extra.
To clear off the backlog. And I will set up a warning for that one.
And we're about to have a crap ton of stuff being loaded in here, so yeah, this entire system had backed up. Almost every single one of these babs is backed up.
Oof.
It's gonna take forever to empty all this stuff out. Maybe.
Test the warning here. I mean, we probably have more unipolar magnets than we'll ever need, but may as well, since I'm going through the trouble, may as well make sure it works.
Alright, well at least this is going to be quiet for a bit. I can't believe the stupid ships were just like, oh yeah, we're going to take out all these relay stations.
Yeah.
Oh. All the hives in orbit. All the hives in orbit immediately sent attacks. It's like, oh. But.
Oof.
Okay, what is not being filtered out here? There we go.
And I see we have a bunch incoming. Wow, we're actually having trouble with power on this interstellar logistics. Although it does have like what do we call it? The reverse. Inverse exponential curve. So it fills faster if it's lower. So I don't think it'll actually be a problem, just shocking, something you don't see every day. Man, I thought there was something I was gonna say, but conversation shifts so quickly, it's tough to keep up. Oh wow, our production of white signs is not all that quick.
No, it's not. It's not very fast. I let it build up, then I use a bunch, and then I let it build up.
Yeah.
I wasn't really gearing this save to maximum white science, but
Yep, you're not dedicating an entire planet to white science. I think we would break the world, as in the real world, if we tried for something.
oh, there's so many of these. Dark fog matrix. I'm pretty sure we have plenty of them, so I am going to turn those off for a little while.
I'm going to expand the antimatter fuel rod a little bit, the building of those, because that's our current bottleneck for the yellow fuel.
Oh, there's so many. So many unipolar magnets still left to filter out of here. Like, so many.
Oof.
Not to mention the roughly 10,000 that I grabbed out of the thing. Put those back. Right, those will get delivered properly. And it's going to take a very long time for all those relays to be built back. Oh, we got one. We got one back. There's another one coming in. From Epsilon Hive. Now it's booting back up. It's amazing. System is just amazing.
The defense system?
Oh, just the hives when they recolonize the planet, and it's just the ships all have animations and stuff that play. You normally would never see that unless you just happen to catch it. And why are these?
We have a comment from Counselor. He said this game looks a lot different than what I thought it would from just the Steam page. And yeah, it's I haven't checked it recently. I'm looking at it now. Yeah, from the looks of it, it doesn't the new page doesn't show as much the automation side of it. Looks like it's emphasizing more on the dark fog thing, which is the enemies that they introduced.
So the unipolar magnet filled up again. Are those chests full at the main base?
Let me check. I'm guessing so, because yeah, I only added a couple of them. Let me take a peek here. I assume that's stuffing up the system.
Yeah, it's backing up the output of all of this stuff.
Some are coming through, but yeah, it's actually using them. I'm gonna tweak the setting on that one. Cause yeah, even though it's, oh yeah, we'll probably get the warning pretty soon. Yep, they are completely backed up. I'll add a few more. Yeah, there's the warning.
Yeah, there's still so much sitting in these.
Oof.
All of these babs basically filled up. Yeah, when you start farming the hives, like what we're doing on this planet now, a lot of these are shut down just because. Yeah, I was stupid and broke all the relays. But as the relays get rebuilt, more and more of these hives, there's another one. So Alpha Hive is sending one. So as they send out relays to recapture these, as long as you don't completely destroy them, they will eventually, very slowly, rebuild all of the hives around. This little nice, it's a nice little reprieve that we're having here.
Trying to tweak the warning so that it warns us sooner when one of these caps out.
Did you change the unipolar magnets yet? Because we're still backed up over here.
Yep, I put another couple of crates on there.
Oh. You know what it's doing?
What's that?
Oh, damn it. It's emptying, yeah. It's emptying the neutron star first. So I need to go to the neutron star and stop that. Where the hell is the neutron star? There it is. Yeah. Okay. So I'm going to go to the neutron star and I'm going to stop it from delivering unipolar magnets. So get ready to maybe add a couple more boxes.
I'll have to add a new line.
So I watched the first 5 episodes of the Netflix show Three Body Problem. And I enjoyed them. I kind of know where the series is going, so I haven't watched the last 3. But I have to say that the 5th episode has a sequence in it, a scene, that is one of the most disturbing I've ever seen in any show. It honestly surprised me that they did it because of how brutal it is. But it's like the beginning, like one of the best I can compare it to is remote storage. There. Now that's going to stop delivering unipolar magnets. You know the scene in the first Resident Evil movie where there's the laser defense mechanism by the vault and there's the scene? So it's that sort of thing, only dialed up to 11. It's crazy.
That was a pretty disturbing scene too.
Yeah, and it's that only amplified up to 11. It's unbelievable what they did. And while they didn't explicitly show it on camera, the implication was there because it also went through a whole bunch of kids. So it was like literally obliterating like hundreds of people, hundreds. And the sequence was crazy. I remember when I saw it, I was just like in shock that they actually did it. They showed it. They showed enough of it to be like make you nauseous. Like, oh my god, that's a horrible way to go. And so after that, like I didn't watch any episodes after that because it's like the end of that particular episode, you know, was enough to make me go, okay, I know where this is. I know where they're going with this. And the fact that it happened, if you've watched it, I'm trying not to give too much away. But right, so the big question is, like, are we better off alone, or if aliens were to make contact, would we be better off with putting our lot in with them, right? Basically trusting them to better our lives in some way. And that's kind of the broad question of the series. And that episode was so blatantly obvious as to what the answer is. That I don't know how, if the future episodes were to try to justify why humanity deserves to not be obliterated, right? And that episode was like, well, obviously we don't deserve. If we do that to ourselves, like, I'm not worried about what aliens might do to us if they come by, because it was crazy. And it was done with such vigor and like we need to do this because this is a threat. And it's like, it was not as big of a threat as what you just did to your own people. Like it was pretty blatant. So like, no matter where the series go from there, you just kind of get an understanding of how bad things would be, basically. Okay, so finally we are clearing out. Look at look at all the. That's a lot of unipolar magnets. Yeah, and there's probably another 4 chests worth sitting in all the babs around the farm. Like, it's crazy how much resources are sitting around there. So
this is one of those areas too where it's how do you go about fixing it? You know, how do you make it so that you can get them from the enemies, but you don't want that to be you want that to be your primary source, but not the other one.
Yeah, there's no way to prioritize outside of if it's an orbital collector. And I think that
vessel transport range is an option, but then you have to just luck out.
That is a you have to be able to finitely control that, and if you do that, then there's no way to, if you run out of one, there's no way to have a backup, because the vessel range, like, you'd have to tweak that manually every time.
Yeah.
But having another entry in that UI, when you click it, having a drop down, say over by the power, and have that drop down be priority.
Yeah.
And have that priority be from -10 to +10. And in general, you could have the +10 be the highest priority and the -10 be the lowest. You know, fundamentally, that's kind of how people look at priority, unless you have priority 1, priority 2, priority 3. Then it makes more sense to have priority 1 be the higher priority. But Minecraft-wise, I mean, it's usually the lower number is the higher priority. But however that's neither here nor there. But what I would want to do is, on the supply side, the unipolar magnets from the farm, have those as the highest priority. That ILS is the highest priority. And then the unipolar magnet mine would be the lowest priority. That way, when we used a trickle of them, it would always take from the higher priority. Or even better would be to have logistical conditions with the entire logistics network being able to be accessed. Whereas this ILS, all of the ILSs on your entire star sector would be basically part of the circuit network. And then you could, if you could specify a condition on the supply of, say, unipolar magnets from a mine, say, if the supply of unipolar magnets is lower than, say, 1,000, then engage the supply of the mined ones. Otherwise, just don't do anything. That's kind of what logistically is missing from this game right now, is a way to basically balance all of the supply that you have in the sector, because it is very, very hard to manage.
Yeah, hydrogen and this unipolar magnets, those are the two big ones.
And the unipolar magnets is not that big of a problem, because I just turned off unipolar magnets from the drops, but it makes unipolar magnets an infinite resource farming them from a hive. Almost every resource is now farmable via the hive. So, you know, you're not ever going to run out of resources, but managing all of those for every farm is nigh impossible. Especially like self-contained farms like we are using on the Black Hole Planet. Very, very hard to manage. More than, say, I would say eight drops is your probably upper limit.
Counselor said something. I'm guessing the context is around the show you were talking about.
You saw that in the YouTube short. No, the aliens were not the ones doing that. That was humans doing that to other humans.
It's quite possible the short gave you the wrong impression intentionally.
I mean, yeah, that could have been intentional, but yeah, the thing is they did it. They did it to humans. Did it to other humans in an attempt to control what the humans were doing. And they just decided to wipe them off the face of the earth. They just decided, you know, none of these people are redeemable. Even though they were literally not doing anything wrong, they weren't breaking any laws, they weren't really, I mean, the people on the ship were not harming anybody. To a certain extent. There was some shenanigans that, you know, there was some evil here and there. But nothing more excessive than what current governments do to their own citizens at this point.
Yeah.
But yeah, that thing with ship was like, it was crazy. It was crazy, and it just showed me the premise of the show. It answered that question for me. Of, like, would you choose the aliens or would you choose humanity? Like, that pushes somebody over the edge. And to me, it was so outrageous. Whoever wrote that show, and I know who did the show. The guys who ruined the Game of Thrones. You know, they did the Game of Thrones, and then they ruined the last season because they wanted to move on. It's those two people that did this Three-Body Problem, and it started out really strong, but that's the episode that broke it. I haven't really been interested at all in what comes out. But yeah, it's just insane. Just
it looks like we might need to disable dark fog matrices.
They're already disabled.
Oh, okay.
Yep, I already disabled those because I knew how many we had in storage. We also need to disable the silicon-based neurons. These guys here. So yeah, if anybody else has seen anything, like I went through this week every one of my streaming services. And I can't afford all of them. I have Hulu, Netflix, and HBO Max. And only two of those, one of the HBO Max was a gift. My brother's the one paying for that. But I went through all of those. And like nothing jumped out at me as like, oh, I need to watch this. I literally watched everything. I hate it when I see a show or a movie, especially a movie, And it's like, oh, that's, there was a lot of good selections on like Hulu for movies and Netflix. But I see the title of the movie and literally the entire movie rolls through my head because I've seen it so many times. So the entire plot, like everything, the entire movie like flashes through my eyes, flashes through my mind when I see the movie, and I'm like, oh, I obviously can't watch that because I just experienced the whole movie in my head upon reading the title. And there's been so few movies, watchable good movies released in the last 3 years. That's like, I watched Dune Part 2. So Part 1 was good, and then Dune Part 2 had some, overall it was good. There's one complaint I had about it. I think I covered it in a time past. I can't remember, but overall it was done well. It was well done. Yeah. So I watched that already, and yeah, really nothing else has jumped out at all. It's been so depressing.
Yeah.
Um,
I'm gonna make one tweak here. Because I just realized what happens if it sends these the wrong way. Well, I suppose if it... Well, yeah, let's go ahead and do it anyway. So I'm gonna set splitter, and I'm gonna send the primary out the direction you have here. Oops. No, I don't know if the YouTube short the counselor saw was intentionally deceptive or not, but it made me think of something. There's an old movie called Stigmata. I don't know if you had ever heard or seen it.
I've seen it.
Okay. I don't know if you remember the ads for that, but what you get in the ads is like the direct opposite of what that movie actually is. It to just a stunning degree.
Yeah. Well, modern trailers, there are two types of trailers in the modern like zeitgeist. The coolest word, by the way. One trailer version doesn't show... It shows a lot of action, but it doesn't show you the plot. A good example of that is the latest Rings of Power trailer from Amazon. The entire trailer, it does not tell you at all what to expect at all. Like, it just doesn't tell you what the plot of the series, like the season is. It's just like, here's all these cool fancy things, and the CGI is bad enough, but so the other type of trailer shows you too much. It gives away too much. And that is far more common these days, where they're overselling. They're trying to oversell whatever the product is. Like, hey, come watch this movie. Look at all of the action and all of the cool explosions. And they literally show everything about it and give away major like plot elements just to try to entice you to come and watch it. And that's its own problem in the modern things is too much, giving away too much. So it's like you're damned if you do and damned if you don't. And the number of good products out there is just so few and far between. And when one comes out, one of the unfortunate side effects of so much garbage being made is when something good comes out, people don't trust it.
Yeah. It's too good to be true.
Yeah, and it's like, oh, I want to go see this, but I don't know, like, every other IP, every other product they've made has been garbage. Like, I don't trust it. And so that's another side effect of all of this, is just like, even when something's really good, you still are in the back of your mind going, God, is it going to be good? Like, I don't really know. So yeah, I mean, it's unfortunate. My primary form of content that I watch now is YouTube. And it sucks because a lot of channels don't post every day, and they are like infrequent, or they're on holiday. So like the Spiffing Brit is one of the channels I watch, and he posts infrequently, and he's now on holiday. So it's like he'll have like one video that posts that while he's on holiday, but it's going to be another week and a half before he probably posts again, or at least streams again. And what's really weird is the people that I usually watched via stream, they haven't like streamed in a while. It's bizarre. One guy, Alfred GG, was streaming a lot of Minecraft. Like, he was doing several mod pack speed runs. He did all the mods 9 speed run. So I was watching all of those, and he did a stream. He did a stream here like a week ago, where the entire stream was him bemoaning streaming and how he doesn't like streaming anymore.
Oof.
And he was like talking about like not streaming anymore, while a bunch of people were like giving him like, I mean, it was on Twitch, so the monetization is weird and different on Twitch. But like, how are you streaming talking about how you hate streaming? Like, what is that? Like, I don't understand that mentality. We've got to.
I mean, I can understand if it's like a farewell tour kind of thing, but
yeah, I have, yeah, and I understand people have their things that they're going through. Arumba has been somebody I've watched probably since about the time I started my own channel. Arumba has been one of these creators that I've watched, and when I first started watching him, he was a normal average guy, and now he's like super depressed because of life, and because the woman that he was married to when I first started watching him screwed him over bad, like like awful real life shit. And like, he has moved back home. He was living in his parents' house here a couple of weeks ago, waiting to move out and to like live with his sister for a while, like extremely depressed. And I understand, like, he has 2 kids, and his ex-wife like won't let him see his kids, and I mean, he's just going through some shit. And it sucks. It really sucks. And I wish him the best. But when you bring that energy into a stream, like, it's hard to watch. It's really hard. And yeah, I interesting. These are all like, how did these get proliferated? I don't understand.
I don't know.
That's weird.
Oh, actually, wait. I do know. I dropped off a bunch of them from the other system that Death had set up.
Oh, that's how. Yeah.
And those were all Mark III.
Yep.
So now it averaged them out.
Yep. Yeah. So for me, as far as streaming and stuff, I much prefer streaming. I wish chat was more involved. I like interacting with people in real time. Videos, the video format like, I understand people like videos on demand and stuff like that, and the shorter form factor, like a 20-minute, 10-20-minute episode. I understand that format. But I did that for 8 years, and while I had innumerable comments on, wow, you why do you have so few subscribers? You need more. You deserve more subscribers. It's like, okay, well, how do I do that? Unless I do some clickbaity, really annoying system. There's a reason why people do that. There's a reason why people do clickbait. And I really don't like doing it. And so I've resisted falling into that trap. But the fact that it works, and how do you grow a channel? Well, you have certain things that go for you. For one, if you're a woman, you automatically can grow your channel pretty damn fast. Like, really fast. It's pretty trivial. It's I'm not trying to be sexist or anything. It's just, it is what it is. A woman on a woman's can produce almost any content on YouTube and be popular. I mean, I went on Twitch, and there was just like innumerable channels of like just chatting, and a guy's channel would have 5 viewers, and a woman's channel would have like 1,500 viewers. Like, there's the vast gulf of growth potential. Is very, very sexist. Which it is what it is. I'm not going to be able to change anything regarding that. But it's hard to grow a channel. It's really, really hard. You need either a whole lot of money, like a Mr. Beast, and just spend obscene amounts of money, or figure out like something unique, or some shtick. And modding games is not a. I mean, I've realized now, modding games is not a big enough like thing. I wish it was, but anyway. So anyway, back to the point. I enjoy streaming, because it's real-time interaction. I enjoy it more than doing videos. And the work I'm doing on vintage engineering is, it has been very challenging but rewarding, I think.
And the one other option you've missed is selling your soul. That's another way you can make it ahead on YouTube.
Yeah, I've always told myself, like, if somebody came in and offered if you sell your soul and you sign on the dotted line, you'll immediately have 100,000 subs. I would not do it. I would not do it. Because even though I'm atheist and I don't believe in God, if somebody were to offer me that would kind of prove the opposite. Somebody's willing to do that for my soul, that would mean my soul has some value, and I want to protect that value. So I would choose to not do that.
I didn't mean in the literal sense. I meant clickbait.
Oh, I know.
But fair. But
Yeah,
you do have an excellent point. If there is value in it, that means that maybe there is something wrong. Because in the off chance that there is an afterlife.
Whoa.
In your perspective, what?
I just flew through a planet. That was nice. Yeah, for me it would be like
risk versus reward.
Yeah, it kind of proves there's value there, and I wouldn't want to risk my soul at that point. So I would be like, no, I don't want to do that. It's probably a bad idea.
Oh, we got a couple of comments. So not going to sell your soul for a donut. That sounds like a Simpsons episode. Oh, Counselor is interested in VS coding. I assume means vintage story. Good. Be sure to tune in to his Wednesday stream.
Yeah, my streams on Wednesdays have been all about Visual Studio. Visual Studio is one of the things, but has been about vintage story modding. And yeah, I wish I had more people involved in that, because it's a lot easier to answer modding questions and programming questions in real time versus like trying to answer somebody's question on the forum. So yeah. All right. But you know, I mean, having I can't like teach somebody how to program. Like I went to college for that, and I'd have 30 years of experience. You have to go into it with some knowledge. But acquiring that knowledge is part of the battle, of course. But it should be, relatively easy to do. Programming is really not hard. A lot of people make it sound like it is, but it's just step-by-step logic, like A to B to C to D.
I think a large part of it is it just depends on an individual's mind and how it works. Some people just don't have the right switches flipped in their brain.
Or it's just a muscle they haven't exercised. That's if I go a long time without programming, like I can tell my brain is like struggling, and I definitely can feel it. Like that week, was sick for a week, didn't get anything done, and then I opened the project on Tuesday, and I was just like, whoa, my brain was full of cobwebs, and I mean, it had only been like a week, and yeah, I was feeling it.
That's definitely definite part of it too. But each of us do have our own inborn skills that vary.
Sure.
That's one of those things that I think you referenced it not long ago. If speaking of people with a lot of time on their hands, if you spend 10,000 hours or something like that on any skill, you can master it. And that's the going. That's relative. Some people can do that faster, and I say that some people might even take longer. And if you feel I might be denigrating people as a whole, that's not directed to you, because I'm sure you know what I mean. Keep in mind, I'm included in that pool as well. There's a lot of things that I would not learn quickly. I've encountered some of them. Ah, there they are, finally. I was looking for these optical cables. Because I have some in my inventory I want to drop off.
Alright, that has been expanded. Now,
Oh, I should grab some more artificial suns. Stick them in my pocket, because that doesn't sound at all unrealistic.
or dangerous.
Yeah.
Hot, hot, hot.
Hot potato, hot potato. It'll help if I blow on it a little.
Right. I'm really spitting out the antimatter now. Look at all those photons.
Excellent.
Yeah, that's one of those techs that has the potential to really radicalize energy generation, and that's antimatter. You know,
Yeah.
you talk about some way future tech. Being able to generate antimatter, I think, is or would be one way that we could possibly go pretty crazy with energy generation. How to do that is anybody's guess. Like,
Thought I'd heard that they not necessarily have done it, but they have like a way to do it. But the reason that they haven't really pursued it further is that they can't stop the reaction from occurring.
well, we've generated it. The CERN, they can generate antimatter. It's the most expensive substance ever created. So we've generated antimatter in minuscule, like count the atoms sort of quantity. But yeah, it's hard to contain because it all it needs to do is touch regular matter and it obliterates itself. So it's like the most volatile substance ever devised. Very, very hard to contain, and you know, you couldn't like have a container of it and have that, have UPS deliver a container of it. Like, there's just no way. And we've produced so little of it, like minuscule amounts. Really not feasible in terms of usability. We'd have to generate so much to make it actually usable.
And then the question is, are we utilizing it the most efficiently that we possibly could?
And again, the reaction, what's funny about the reaction, the antimatter reaction, it's literally the same: generate heat, make steam, turn a turbine. Like, it's the same shit. It's just like, ooh, antimatter, super futuristic, right? But yeah, it's just it's the same process. Like, we cannot get away from the turbine mentality.
Make it spin. Yup. I mean, just imagine if instead he invented a gerbil wheel that created power. So like all of our systems are to try and make that gerbil run faster and give us more electricity.
Well, it's, again, we dial it back to Rick and Morty, the episode where he's got like the flooper flopper or whatever, where they're stomping back and forth on it. That episode is so brilliant because it's just like, it's just brilliant. The writing for that show is one of the best I have ever seen as far as sci-fi goes. They so nail the concept of like a multiverse and what the consequences would be of somebody being able to just tap into that, like, at will. It's so good. Yeah. So many Rick and Morty episodes are just the quintessential, like, oh my god, I can't believe they actually did that. Because it's just so perfect. And that is the last of the solar sails from this planet. Good lord. So many extra sails. So many. Yep, that is an entire Dyson Sphere we built on stream today. We finished the other one and then built this one. Wonder if anybody's out there that has built a Dyson Sphere on every star. I bet you somebody's done that on every star in their sector. 64 Dyson Spheres.
I imagine, but wow, that would be such an enormous time sink, and not really. I wouldn't say that'd be very entertaining because it's just doing the same thing over and over.
Yeah, it's really not. When it comes to like going to a planet, slapping a few blueprints down, going to a planet, slapping a few blueprints, it's such like. It's one of the reasons why I think the makers of the game Foundry have come out and said they are not planning on doing blueprints. And like it or hate it, I understand it. Because all of these factory games that have blueprints, everything devolves into just designing and redesigning the blueprints. And then once you have a set of blueprints that you can use, you never have to think about a specific design again. You know, like the Factorio blueprints that we have rail blueprints and stuff like that. Well, the expansion is going to require everybody. Everybody's going to be redesigning their blueprint. Which is understandable. But once they're redesigned, then it's like, okay, well, now we have elevated rail in our blueprints. Now we have blueprints for maximizing, you know, the quality of things, you know, getting everything to be legendary. I'm sure there's going to be some weird achievement that they're going to add for X number of legendary productions or something around that.
Oh, yeah.
So yeah, it's fine, and Factorio caters to, you know, a lot of different people, but when it comes to games like this, I tend not to I try not to sort of obsess over blueprints. I try. I'm not always successful, but I try. Okay, well, that is 2 Dyson Spheres on 2 of the O-type stars. This Dyson Sphere is pumping out almost 130 gigawatts. But... oh, I guess the swarm is... okay, well, it's 100 gigawatts.
Spy said there is a way to see how much power people have collected. True, but
Yes.
that's also for people who have signed into the Milky Way thing, the metadata.
Yeah.
There may be people outside of that have not.
Yeah, especially modded. If you're playing modded, you tend, unless you have the actual mod that allows you to get achievements, it also enables metadata.
Yeah, that's impressive. I'm looking at the Dyson Sphere on the new one, and 27 gigawatts from the swarm. The swarms generate such massive amounts compared to, you know, the shell pieces that they turn into, but they're short-lived. Shorter-lived. Well, yeah.
All right, there's 2 seeds going to go into the home system. I want to take those out.
Ooh, man, blue. The spray tan is actually getting depleted.
Oh, we have a whole other planet that uses that. So if it's depleting locally, it's just, that's fine. As long as nothing ran out of it. But yeah, there's a whole planet that makes like 7,200 a minute, like an obscene amount of that stuff.
Oh, I just got a message. A seed is approaching my system.
Yeah, that's what I'm on the way. There's 2 of them actually coming into the home system. They're bad. They're bad seeds.
But yeah, we're probably not in any danger of running out of it. I was just a little shocked to come over here and see that it's actually producing some of it.
Wait, where did it go?
I don't see an indicator for it anymore.
I must have destroyed it. Okay.
I see one.
Yeah, there's another one. I said there were two coming in here, so.
Okay. Okay, yeah, there's... Oh, nope, that's not going to home system. There, that one is. Or is that the same one?
God, how did I fly past it by 37?
Oof.
For AU, Jesus. Wow. Boom, there it goes.
Okay, I see another one. How to give you the directions.
Oh, look at them all coming in. I'm targeting the ones that are... Oh, there's one for Homestar that I see. Because you can see where they're headed to. So that one, Homestar.
It's probably the one I'm looking at.
2 light years away.
Yep. Look at him go.
Whoa. Jesus. The speed is crazy. The slow build up of speed, and then it's just like instant pass it like instantly.
Yeah.
All right, let's go in there the slow way. You can slow down while you're at warp, but it takes a while to slow down.
Yeah, you really have to just hold that button down for a really long time. It looks like we're backed up on all the things.
Yeah, I noticed.
Except
yeah,
the shards. I mean, we're getting the warning for the shards, but that's because they're dead. Do you want me to head out to the black hole and try and clear things up? Or should I just build
well, we
more...
can set up, we can stop delivery of all of those things. We don't have to go to the black hole planet to do that. I'm just trying to get to this seed.
I thought we might need to clear the backlog.
Yeah, we can do that. Boom. Goodbye. Goodbye, Mr. Seed. No more seed. Well, I always appear on the other side of the stupid gas giant. All right. Home, sweet home. Like, all right. Let's go find. the filter, turn off, turn off, turn off. And then I'm going to
Oh, you copied the.
yeah, no, I'm working on it.
Got that one. Man, that's a lot of energies just sitting there. Those core elements, which they themselves aren't, but
Yeah. Yeah, it's funny. We went like the entire game without any of these. I set up that farm, and now we've got thousands of them.
yeah.
12,000 in every box. And each one of those is one of these fuels. Like each one of those. Like it's just it's an insane amount of power. How close is this? This is almost full of 20,000 of these. It's crazy.
Jeez.
I sort of overbuilt. I overbuilt this a little bit, but man, it is what it is.
Yeah,
We're low on antimatter anyway, so you know, whatever.
all it costs you is a little bit of power, and well, it gives you power. So
Yeah, we have more than enough power. So yeah, I think this is the main bus. If anybody wonders what the heck this is the the main bus system, and a lot of this came from Nihlaus. The guy is good at making blueprints and designs. I'll give him that. And my brain just didn't want to reinvent the wheel. So, yeah, he has all of his blueprints that you can download. And I sort of picked and chosen, his planet scale ones, the polar hubs and stuff that he did. I liked. And the Dark Fog loot sorter. I haven't actually built this, but this thing will sort. If you look at the pickup drop filter, so all of these items, right? All of these things, you can literally pick up all of them and then sort them somewhere else and then use that for your materials. But I just couldn't imagine doing it that way. Good for the early game, not so much the late game. Farming the hives is kind of a pain. But yeah, this was our loot sorter. I think Renegade set this up, but we very quickly changed the things that we grab, the filters that we use. So having a consistent setup like that really doesn't do much. And then I know in my single player game, I had way more lanes of a main bus. I literally had the main bus go all the way up to this next spot here. So probably 4, 8, 12, maybe 12 more lanes, 12 or 15 more lanes, all the way up to this area. Like every little thing was on the bus, and even if just one crafter used it, It was kind of a waste of space. So I didn't do that in the stream game because it was like, you know, you get up to this point and you really don't need everything on the bus. Especially like low throughput stuff. You can just do fidget spinner kind of things, and that's just fine. Or distribute it locally, like this Strange Matter. Like, this is fine. Oh yeah.
And then there's some stuff where it's like the throughput to put it on the bus just wouldn't equate. You'd need more than a single.
Yeah, it's just not worth it. Yeah. So I like the main bus system. It works rather well. And I see the merit of flipping it around, doing the bus on the ground and then the supply lines above. I definitely see the merits of that. I would like maybe next time down the road, whenever there's another update or something, when we play this again, maybe we'll switch it around and see if it's a better way. Because if it's above everything, then you have to build your construction down a little ways, because you need to obviously slope down your belts to ground level to use them. But you can put a lot more things over the top than you could underneath, right? You could do a lot more lanes coming down over the top of all the other lanes. I think it would get to be really messy, but we could certainly try it. I know that's what Renegade was going to start to do before we switched it over to this. But this works really, really well as long as you space your crafts out, right? If you're not trying to compress everything so close together, if you space everything out and sort of give yourself space to bring extra stuff down for those late game crafts, this system works just fine. It's very, very easy. And we didn't even use nearly as much as we could have as far as the bus goes. We could have really gone crazy with a lot of this stuff. And all those relays they're still landing on the DSR. That's the black hole planet. So all those relays they're still building.
Oof.
And slowly starting to attack again, but anyway, yeah. What are we gonna stream coming up? Like, obviously Wednesday, I'm gonna try to do another development stream. I don't know what we're gonna work on. Honestly, there's a couple different ways we could go. Whatever I work on next for the vintage engineering is not gonna be. It's not gonna be done in a week. You know, the machine every week pace that I had been going at, I'm done with that. Like, I don't have any more one-off machines. The two remaining machines I want to do, the creosote oven and the alloy oven. Those are the two that I want to do. But both of those I want to have the multi-block thing up and running. So that to-do list, those last two machines, those are going to be multi-week to figure out the multi-block. Right? It's going to be trial and error and trying to figure it out. So that's why I haven't approached those two. Because the alloy oven, just like the alloy kiln from Immersive, it's going to have the blowers you can build on each side to speed it up. And it's going to be essentially an ingot crafter. And then the creosote oven is going to be just that. It's going to be wood, basically wood to creosote. Which is also going to be a multi-block. Very, very simple multi-block. So dipping my toes in the multi-block stuff, I want to start dead simple, and the creosote oven is the most dead simple multi-block in immersive engineering, and so that's a good start of that system. But the other to-do list is a pipe movement system for items and fluid. And that, again, is a massive undertaking, right? It's not just like, ooh, spit this out in a week. It's an entire infrastructure to try to figure out all of, like, there's a lot of stuff that's going to go into that. It's going to be dead simple to implement once it's working, but getting to that point where you're going to be able to build a bunch of pipes together and have them build a network and all, like, it's going to be messy code at first. So those are the two big to-do list items left in the LV tier of the mod before we get crazy into other tiers. So and I saved them for last because it's not going to be like, unfortunately, it's not going to be like, oh, this week is this new machine, and this week is this new machine, and this week is this new machine. It's going to be like, this month we've got pipes. Next month we have a multi-block, right? That is the timescales that I'm talking about. And unfortunately, at this point, if you're a supporter of the project, supporter of the channel, I want to preface, and I'll go over again all this on Wednesday, but it's not going to, a weekly build is not going to be, here's all these new machines that we have to use. It's not going to be that amount of progress. I don't anticipate that amount of progress in just a week, because I got to figure out how to actually code the things first. So yeah, a lot of nitty-gritty work, but it's vital that I get it done right, for performance, for performance reasons and stuff. Like, I don't want to bog down the game. And I think so far I haven't seen anybody do any major stress tests with the mod yet. I know plenty of people have downloaded it and have been using it, but I don't know if anybody has actually stress tested. I'm a little worried about that, stress testing it. But yeah, like somebody asked, hey, if I build a factory, or if I stress test it with 1,000 wire connections in the world, is the renderer going to lag? And I was like, well, it's extremely unrealistic to have 1,000 wire I mean, imagine 1,000 machines all connected together. 1,000 machines. That is an insane amount of machines for a factory. I'm not anticipating people building factories that large, but the wire rendering is done with one renderer. It's not like each segment of wire has its own renderer. That's not how it works. It's one renderer for the entirety of all of the wires, where each wire is rendered based on distance that you are to it. So yeah, it's not like hundreds and hundreds of renderers, which I know some people have done in some of their mods, and I think that's the wrong way to go about it. So I'm hoping that because the wires are all one renderer, it's just one render pass basically that's taking all of those wires. So as far as those kinds of stress tests, in my test worlds with all of my machines and stuff that I haven't felt any major hitches. So, but I'm always open for feedback. I'm always open for supporters to chime in with what features that they would like to see and what they think I should prioritize. So I'm kind of up in the air whether to tackle the multi-block creosote oven or to tackle pipes and fluid movement. Right? Those are two massive undertakings. And I'm not sure which way to go. because they're both going to be needed, and they both need to be done, and like neither of them I know how to actually do, so fun times. So yeah, that'll be fun on Wednesday, covering all of that. Hopefully I can get some feedback, because I do announce the vintage streams on the Vintage Story server mod development channel to try to drum up at least some people for feedback and stuff. But yeah, anyway, yeah, I think that's gonna do it. As far as next Saturday, I don't know, Os, like
Got some ideas. Bring up my.
Is there any like ideas are great. But like, if I have a list of 10 things, I don't know what to do with that. Like, I don't want to make the decision. I don't like. So
well, a lot of times it's suggestions that I make, and you'll be like, it's not time for that one yet, or I hate that game, kind of thing.
Because I know one that's coming up that we're gonna do. Well, we gotta wait for 1.0 is 7 days. You know.
Yeah.
It has been years since we've played that game. For a good reason, but I know that 1.0 comes out. There's going to be a lot of interest in it, and I think it would be fun to just see how insane the developers are and how much they've ruined the game. Because they've removed features that I loved about the game, like just flatly removed them. The rebar to wet concrete to dry concrete process, the building a base with concrete. I loved that process of the base is half done and you've got rebar sticking out. Like, I don't know why, but I love that process. And they completely removed it from the game. They removed rebar altogether. And now you craft concrete blocks and you place concrete blocks. I don't know why they removed that process from the game. It was not broken. It was actually well balanced, because you couldn't just drop down a bunch of concrete blocks and survive, because they had to dry first. And it was sort of a random thing of how fast that they would dry. And then they removed that from the game entirely. And I'm like, why would you do that? It wasn't a broken system. It was actually it worked.
And it's not like it was even a performance drain. There's huge things that cause performance drain, and that wasn't one of them.
And they had there's very little that they did as far as fixing the performance problems. And that was another thing. Like, late game Blood Moons were unplayable. They were so laggy and framey. Like, getting 5 FPS during a Blood Moon, you know, at near the end of the game when we would all be playing, was insane. And it was like that for literally years. And I don't know at all how much work they've done on that, which is another reason why I'd kind of want to play it, to see if they've actually optimized the game to the extent that it's playable in the late game now. So I know that that's coming up. I know that sometime in June that is going to be a thing, and I know Renegade is probably going to hate us for streaming that when he's not around.
We might even want to wait a few weeks for that one, just to let them get the hot fixes out.
No, they've had 13 years to get the hot fixes out. I am not willing to give them any more effing time to fix the game. They've had enough time. So whatever sorry state the game is in when it goes 1.0, that's what we're showcasing. I am not willing to give the game developers of that particular game the benefit of the doubt and give them time to fix bugs. I will for other game developers, but not that team. They've had enough time, in my humble opinion. And yes, I sound bitter because I am, but they've had enough time more than enough time to get that game in good shape. But let's see. So that's one that I know is coming up. So we need a game that bridges now to then. And I'm pretty sure sometime in June is when they are going to put that out. So we need a game that's going to last at least 4 streams. Possibly 3, depending on if I do any travel, because I might do some traveling in June. I have not decided.
Fair enough.
Because it involves going to visit my dad, and that's a whole can of worms I don't want to get into.
Oh boy.
But yeah, so that, I mean, I honestly don't know what we could just hop into really fast, whether it's just like, let's just hop into Vintage Story or something. Like, I don't know. Like, Empyrean was one of the suggestions. I mean, that, you know, I mean, that's a good 3 or 4 streams of progress, depending on how many people play with us. And, you know, I have to, at this point, assume at most it's going to be 2 more people. You and somebody else.
That seems likely.
Because it's like, and if that's the case, then progress is going to be a lot slower. But, I'm not,
unfortunately,
you know, I'm not against just like stopping streaming of one thing and going to 7 days, because that's, I mean, 7 days is going to be at least a month of streams. 4 streams on that. I think that's going to be plenty.
Unless you rage quit.
Oh yeah, unless shit really hits the fan, and then it's like, oh my god, I can't.
Planet Crafter.
Planet Crafter's on the
has
list, 100%.
Yep.
That's one got multiplayer now, and there's a lot that changed with that.
Foundry, we have had some fun in Foundry. I'm nervous about some of the changes.
Foundry, the changes, I've been watching a couple videos, and the changes are drastic. The late game stuff, drastic changes. You have like there's a lot. The entire science system has changed. Yeah, there's a lot that has changed with that game since the last time we played. So I'm a little tentative on that. I think
we should hit it at some point, but yeah, whether now is the right time or not is a question.
Yeah, I'd really like to see modding for that game develop. Because I think there's some mods. I can't remember if there are or not. But yeah, it would be nice to see modding for that game. Whether it happens, I'm not sure. I don't even know what subsystem that game uses. I mean, I'm pretty sure it's Unity, but I'm not 100% on that.
Let's see, Small Lands. That's another one we haven't visited since it went 1.0.
Yeah, Small Land is definitely one.
The problem with Small Land and Empyrean too is that the enjoyment is exponentially related to how many people are in it. You know, one or single player, it's a little boring. 2 players, it gets a little fun, but 3 and it really starts getting better, and the more the merrier. Although Small Lands, you also have to worry about resource limit availability, but maybe since it went 1.0, they've tweaked that. Oh, and about Dyson Sphere, are we actually going to research the final technology to quote win the game?
Yeah, that's what I was waiting to do here. Let me.
Okay. If we had 4 people online, World War Z would be another one to visit, but without 4 people actually playing, I'd say that one's probably up.
Yeah, that'd be near impossible to play that without 4 people because the bots are just bad. They're just awful.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the channel's really not geared for FPS, so World War Z was a fun experiment, and I enjoyed it. I enjoyed the challenge, but I could tell like it wasn't my normal content, and a lot of the other people involved. I think Vejas played with us a couple times, and like there was some interest there, but I don't think it caught on as much as I was hoping it would.
Yeah.
Especially with the viewers. Why is this navigate? Can I? This thing has not left click to create an. Oh, I guess that's just gonna stay up there.
Oh, I see. You have a tooltip.
Yeah, it doesn't go away. It's there forever and all time. All right. The mission completed research. Which
Then
is
there's a couple others that probably need more time, which are Tectonica and Desynced.
yeah, Tectonica needs a lot more time. Desynced.
I have my doubts whether you'll visit Desynced again.
I can't even remember that. Did we play Desynced?
Yep, we did play that some.
I don't even remember the game.
I'm trying to think whether it's an AI player or not. I don't. Yeah, it's an AI player, or the like storyline wise anyway. And
Oh, is that the game where we had like the factories and then they had adjacency bonuses? And so the design of the factories, you had to build, buildings adjacent to other buildings, and that would, yeah.
I don't remember the adjacency bonus stuff.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Builder of the great civilization. You've completed the Dyson Sphere program. The energy you have contributed will accelerate the development of Homeland. Every step here bears your imprint. This cluster is activated, and a star in the Milky Way is lit. It will forever record your contributions to the upcoming civilization Type 3. Now, take a rest, and get ready for the next journey.
The next journey. Dun dun dun.
Oh, hey Ray. Yeah.
It started 8 out. Yeah. I started at the same time every Saturday, 11 a.m. Central U.S. time is when I usually start Saturday streams. Wednesday streams are different. They're whenever. Like sometime between 11 and 1 Central time.
Ray's in a
almost
different
over.
time zone.
Yep. Oh, I would assume. Yeah, I would assume so. Yeah, the stream is almost over. Yeah, Desynced, if I remember that right, it was like drone-based control and stuff.
Yeah, kind of.
Yeah, other games. Oh, man. I don't know. I honestly don't know.
Does anybody in chat have any suggestions? We usually don't get much feedback, but it doesn't hurt.
Yeah, I usually call out when we finish a series of streams. I usually call out, hey, give me some ideas, and it's usually the same 5 games.
Yeah, pretty
over and over
much.
and over again. You know, at least with this game, it's not by default multiplayer. Somebody made it multiplayer, which gave us an option, and it's the fact that it works at all is pretty amazing. The fact that it works as well as it does is even more amazing, even though we have had errors and issues. Like, I just think it's pretty crazy that it works at all. So pretty decent amount of work that somebody put into a multiplayer to make this happen. I couldn't even imagine tackling a project like this. I just couldn't. But yeah.
Is Manor Lords multiplayer?
Manor Lords is not. It is not
Oh, okay.
multiplayer, unfortunately. I really wish that it was. Like, to have two players on different land, because the land is divided up into regions. And in the single player game, you know, one of the goals is to occupy all the regions. But there are some... One of the reasons why I haven't covered Manor Lords on the channel yet is there are some... Even though that game has been in development for like 8 years by a single developer, there are some major problems with the game in terms of resource gathering and population distribution. So like farming, you can have 2 different areas for farming, and you can specify a farmhouse to just do the local area, and they will still walk across the region to another farm, and you will lose harvests. Entire fields will go unharvested because the game only gives you a single month to harvest all of your fields if they're all automated. If you're letting the game manage it, there's only a single month where they harvest. They can plow for like 2 or 3 months. They can even sow for 2 or 3 months. But harvesting, you don't get all of your harvest in September. Once October ticks by, all of your farm fields completely reset. And if you have farmers that are across the map because they need a single barley for something, it just voids all of that stuff. And that is a huge problem that plagues games like that. Banished had that problem until he put in massive amounts of work after it was released and basically reprogrammed the entire subsystem of Banished to try to minimize the amount of walking that people did across the entire city. And other games have done things that help reduce that as well. And I wish that the game, when it came out, compressed all of the best practices of all of the games of that genre, like the medieval city builder genre, all of the lessons learned, and fixed all of those problems. But they haven't. And so it plagues Manor Lords right now. Like, massive problems with supply lines, because people will just walk across an entire region of the map to grab one item from a storage and walk all the way back and then not do their job because they're busy walking across the map, and it takes them 2 months to cross the region, and it's insane. So I'm hoping that the developer addresses that specific problem. And multiplayer would be possible. You could have a player on this region playing and building a city and a player over on this other region, and you could eventually fight back and forth, right? You could even split it co-op or cooperative, or competition versus co-op. So I think there's room if they wanted to do that, but the developer is just a he's just a single guy. Like, that's a massive undertaking. So I'm not anticipating Manor Lords being multiplayer anytime in the next 3 to 4 years. It's just not going to happen.
Here's one that popped in because I was looking at stuff and things. Satisfactory.
Satisfactory is due to go 1.0 here soon. I don't know what the date. I don't know what date they have specified. I do know that there have been a lot of videos about what to expect in 1.0 and what not to expect in 1.0. Unfortunately, I don't think they're gonna have any sort of official modding support for 1.0, even though they've promised that. That was a promise of the game for a while, that they're gonna add modding support, and they just haven't really done it. But yeah, a lot of the stuff that we've done in Satisfactory were all based on mods. And I was really, really hoping 1.0 would have a modding subsystem, where they would finally be able, the modding community would finally be able to make mods for that game that were actually supported by the game.
Yeah.
Yeah, mod support is not going to be in 1.0. I think it should be. I think they should have prioritized mod support before they went 1.0. I think they're going 1.0 prematurely. Just to sell copies of the game. To sell it to people who have been waiting. And
Premature 1.0. Do they have a pill for that?
no, there's an ointment though. Yeah, I think they're going 1.0 because they need to sell copies of the game, and that will allow them to either justify a DLC that you have to pay for, because putting, it's kind of bad form in this day and age to put out a DLC for a game that still isn't 1.0. Companies have done that. I can't think of one off the top of my head, but I know there have been some companies that have literally done that. Unfortunately. So yeah, it's, generally frowned upon putting out a 1.0 or putting out a DLC for a game that's still in early access. Even if you need the money.
I think there's also contextual things about that too, where some of them, yeah, it's a clear cash grab, but it's cosmetic stuff. People
I mean, yeah, if it's cosmetic, if it's not expanding the content, a DLC in that case is a money grab, but there are people out there that like that cosmetic stuff and will buy it.
Or just buy it because they know the company needs the boost. Put your money where your heart is. So of the games that I was talking about, myself, Planet Crafter probably sounds the most appealing, but I don't know your feelings.
I mean, there have been quite a few changes to that game since I covered it. Man, 3 years ago now? 2.5, at least 2.5 years.
I wasn't gonna say year and a half, but
I mean, I didn't do it at all last year. And because last summer was Farming Sim. We played Farming Sim for like 3 straight months. Yeah, it was the year before, I think. So 2 years ago, I covered at some point in time. But it was a series because it hadn't come out multiplayer yet. So it wasn't a stream, it was a series.
Yep.
Yeah, and there was a lot of changes that they made. like a lot since then. So yeah, I'm thinking that's probably one we'll tackle. I think that'd be a good, because we haven't streamed that at all, and they just did multiplayer, so a good one to try and to see all the different changes and stuff they made. So yeah, Planet Crafter is probably what we'll tackle. So fun times. Other than that, I mean, if anybody doesn't have any more major topics and comments, always looking to maybe you guys can play one of the Anno games. Ray, I did play Anno 1800. I'm pretty sure I covered it on the channel. Anno 1800 was a lot of fun. I enjoyed the hell out of that game. I think they've come out with like 4 or 5 DLCs since I covered it, which is crazy. But of course I played it modded. And I thoroughly enjoyed it. Now, it's not I don't think it's multiplayer, and I wouldn't at this point spend money on the DLCs. I just wouldn't. As much as I enjoyed it and the art style, and it was very well done. I mean, I wouldn't stream it at this point. Because most of the time people stream, you know, they'll max the difficulty on stuff, and I just don't play those kinds of games enough where I would be confident that I would get actually through a maxed difficulty version of that game. And repeating content I've discovered on YouTube, if you play the game and you max the difficulty out, and you're 3 or 4 or 10 hours in, and something devastating happens and you just get obliterated off the map and you have to start over, it kills viewership. Completely and utterly devastates it. Because people aren't interested to rewatch the content that they already watched. Right? It makes sense. You just watch 10 hours of me building up a base. The next 10 hours is going to be me building up the base, only slightly different. So
You'd be better off starting a new series of the exact same thing.
Right, but even that is, your viewership's going to be low because you just did it, right? So that's why, in general, that I don't play games like with max difficulty. This is one exception. Like, the difficulty that I put the Dark Fog on in this game is almost maxed out, but it's also modded to make my drones nigh undefeatable. Like, these things are insane. Right? These drones, I mean, these Corvettes do plus 37,000 hit points and plus 12,000 damage. When they do base of 100 damage, plus 12,000. So I've modded the hell out of the drones in order to make the Dark Fog easier on the back end, right? Which is fine. It's gotten us through this. We struggled at the very beginning. If you watch the first stream, like, it struggled, but we made its way out. Had I gone into this stream and we've been 12 hours in and suddenly our base is wiped out and we have to start over, nobody's going to be interested in watching all of that content again. And that's what I discovered very early on in my channel when I was posting videos, like Factorio and stuff like that. When I would have to repeat content, people just did not tune in or engage with the content, like chatting and stuff like that, even though I wasn't streaming when I first started. So I tend not to play max difficulty games, which in itself, I understand a lot of people don't watch that either. But I would rather enjoy my way through and have people play with me and enjoy their way through one time then have to restart over and over and over again until we get it just right. Until we get whatever balance, whatever build order just right to actually make it the way through. So yeah, I tend to avoid like max difficulty stuff. But at any rate, that is going to do it for the stream, everybody. I want to thank you all for coming by, and very much appreciate you watching the Dyson Sphere multiplayer. You can get this mod, the Nebula multiplayer mod, off of the Thunder Store. I hate everything about the website, thunderstore.io. It's so stupid. dsp.thunderstore. So it's the Nebula multiplayer mod. I've also got my well-rounded mod, the Pump Anywhere mod, the Free Warp mod, also on these. Mix and match, play how you want. Most of my mods are all configurable where you can tweak and edit to your heart's content. Pick and choose your own difficulty. But yeah, the Nebula multiplayer mod, phenomenal piece of programming. And so yeah, look forward to seeing all of you pending modders and programmers on Wednesday for Wednesday's Vintage Engineering dev stream. And then come back next week where we're going to probably kick off Planet Crafter in multiplayer and see what kind of shenanigans we can get up to with that. So see you all, and thank you again for coming by.